12%, but still compared to 2021, this is still very low and 74% below 2019. And according to our panel of experts, most of the tourism professionals, we are seeing better prospects in 2022, whilst we expect a rebound in this year, mostly in the third quarter. Others point to a potential rebound probably in 2023. And a majority of the experts also expect that international arrivals to return to 2019 levels only in 2024, or in some cases even much later. And the scenarios that we are sharing here indicate that international tourist arrivals could grow by 30 to 78% in the current year 2022 compared to 2021. And however, this would still be 50 to 63% below the pre-pandemic levels. So what does this mean? It means that we definitely need to double our efforts to reignite and restart the sector in order for us to be able to reach the levels that we experienced pre-pandemic. And UNWTO, from the outset of the pandemic, we have believed in the shared and collaborative approach with major international organizations such as WHO, Ayat, who joins us here today, ICAO as well, so as to join our forces and leading the path towards the recovery processes and the restart of the tourism sector. And for those of you who may have followed the news, you would have seen that last week, the Secretary General, Zurab Pololikashvili, met with Dr. Tedros, the WHO Secretary General, in Geneva, where the two leaders agreed on the importance of easing or lifting travel bans. They also underlined that these measures applied to international travelers should be based on risk assessments, which will include testing, isolation, and vaccination, and that the financial burden of these measures should not be placed on the travelers themselves. So they also highlighted that the blanket restrictions should be replaced with risk-based evidence-informed and context-specific policies so as to allow us to open up our borders again safely and responsibly, and also allow tourism to deliver on the unique potential as a driver for recovery and growth. And we've seen slowly that some countries, be it in our region or beyond in other regions, they have moved towards this step of easing the restrictions and really assessing the situation so as to allow the sector to really rebound and take off. And from the outset of the pandemic, as I mentioned earlier, UNWTO has reacted with commitment towards our member states and leadership in guiding the response and support of the tourism sector. The Secretary General also established a global tourism crisis committee, whereby ministers from the region across the world, as well as leaders of international organizations and other UN agencies, joined us to work together at looking at how to mitigate the social and economic impact of this crisis, and also, as I mentioned, to guide the restart of the tourism sector. So some of the key outputs of the work that this committee has been doing as a collective includes recommendations for recovery, as well as guidelines to restart the tourism sector, providing a roadmap for government and businesses to accelerate recovery. We also launched what we call a COVID-19 Tourism Recovery Technical Assistance Package. And this was centered on three main pillars, touching on the economic recovery of the sector, focusing on the marketing and promotion, as well as institutional strengthening and building resilience. And these packages, we've tailored it to the specificities of each of the countries that we've embarked with this process on. And in collaboration with Ayat, we were able to launch what we call the Destination and Policy Tracker platform, which monitors the mitigation measures that member states have taken to curb the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism sector, as well as giving updates on the status on the situation of the borders, the travel restrictions, the harmonization of the health and sanitary protocols, and all the vaccination campaigns, and so on and so forth. And this recovery tracker is very easy to use. It's available on our website, and we've seen various stakeholders making use of it in order to be able to get the information so as to allow them to make informed decision as they work towards the recovery of the sector. And late last year at our General Assembly, the members also adopted the International Code for Protection of Tourists, which is the first legal framework that aims at protecting tourists in emergency situations, and also to address the issue on the restoration of confidence of international tourism market. And there, I would like to also thank all the countries who work very closely with us in achieving this, because a lot of you all went through the same situation whereby you had tourists and clients stranded, and that you had to double the efforts to help them to get back to their countries. We also further increased our efforts by offering various technical assistance through the implementation of several initiatives, and also organizing informative webinars and tailored online training programs, such as now what we are doing, sharing the best practices. We've been able to do this throughout last year with our member states on specific topics. And we've been able to focus our attention also on some selected priorities based on the needs and requests that you yourself as member state have highlighted to us in the survey that we launched, in order to be able to realign our program of work that is based on our 10-point plan agenda, the strategic roadmap, UNWTO agenda for Africa. And this has helped us to better respond to the needs of what the member states were going through in this period on the pandemic. For instance, there was a particular emphasis that was put on the trainings that we offered on crisis communication management, to which we have dedicated several workshops jointly with the experts on security in the tourism sector. And these workshops aimed at providing members with the necessary tools in order to be able to face crises such as what we are living in today. And also, as I share with you on the screen here, late last year, we were able to launch the publication of a white paper on safety and tourism in the tourism sector. This was done in collaboration with UEMOA and AUDA NEPAD. And the white paper aims to provide member states with a first analysis and methodological tools to help them understand the impact of security on the tourism sector, and design also effective strategies, security strategies and policies, so as to improve the perception on the continent, and also help to shift the narrative in order to ensure the safety of tourism destinations. And it was not by coincidence that we worked on this thematic, because it was a request from the member states themselves. And today we see that we are living through several kinds of challenges when it relates to security in the tourism sector. This publication also includes several case studies from not only from the Africa region, countries like Kenya, Tunisia, you all participated, but also we went beyond the continent. We went to the other regions, such as we had countries in the Philippines, in Asia, such as the Philippines, that contributed also with the case study. We had countries like Colombia as well that contributed, and so on and so forth. So we've been able to bring this publication to life, and what we intend to do this year is really focus on now the implementation of it. And we are so happy that through the latest African Union Head of State Summit, NEPAD was able to present this on our behalf, which was endorsed and approved at the summit, and the AU has tasked us now to move towards the implementation of it, which we foresee to do so with continuous workshops. And as the Deputy Minister mentioned earlier today, we hope that at least we could start doing some of these activities in presential in the coming year and the years that are ahead of us. Another core area that the member states pointed their concerns was related to the promotion of brand Africa, with a view to showcase the unique selling points of our continent and also to strengthen the African tourism destination competitiveness on the international market. So we undertook several initiatives. We started off with a social media campaign, #MyAfrica, whereby we were able to collect some powerful and inspiring stories from the continent, from tourism stakeholders, people working in the tourism sector, that has helped also to build that strong image of the continent by showcasing the uniqueness and the diversity, as well as the potential that our tourism sector has to offer in order to foster a sustainable economic growth, especially for local communities. We also, within last year, we were able to do a presential event in Namibia, again, focusing on the topic of brand Africa. And following this, we also last year launched a publication, a guidebook on brand Africa, which includes also, once again, tangible examples of effective destination branding, as well as recommendations, operational frameworks, and practical tools, such as digital destination branding, guiding African countries in engaging their branding processes and strengthening their competitiveness. In addition, we also launched the publication, which is focusing on the African gastronomy, and thereby, again, we've been very happy to have received from yourselves. Several member states participated in this publication, which allow us to showcase some of the top chefs from our region, as well as some delicious recipes and a variety of cuisine that our continent has to offer. And this has been very well received amongst our members. And we continue our effort in order to engage member states to participate in such initiatives, so as to enable us to continue to remain visible also in the tourism sector and in attracting visitors to our shores. And as you all know, and as I also mentioned at the beginning, if we don't have partnerships and collaborations with both the public and the private sector, that's how we are able to deliver on some of the projects and initiatives that we have launched. We also value very strongly the cooperation with the private sector and all the major stakeholders of the tourism industries. We've been working with Meta, as well as our own Africa Tourism Partners, who is an affiliate member of UNWTO, in developing joint projects and activities to further guide the support that we give to our member states. We've also explored synergies with unconventional players and actors from across the tourism industry, such as Netflix, so as to improve the online destination branding and expand the visibility, and also overcome some of the perceptual barriers on the continent. And here I mentioned the partnership with Netflix, with whom we know South Africa also has collaborated on the production of the UNWTO Netflix Global Report on Cultural and Affinity on On-Screen Tourism. And this includes an analysis on how audiovisual context distributed throughout internet services can foster cultural affinity between people, again, communities and countries, which generates interest of the audience to visit specific destinations. This also provides a set of guidelines and recommendations with the purpose of helping decision makers and players in the tourism sector to implement policies that make their destinations attractive to producers also in this audiovisual industry. We continue our work in reaching our member states with several activities on the ground. And here I would just briefly highlight some of the activities that we foresee to undertake this year. I mentioned the report, the publication on the white paper on security in the tourism sector. We hope to be able to present this publication, also followed by a workshop in one of the countries in the UEMOA region, as well as we foresee several virtual training here, specifically Algeria. I know the colleagues from Algeria are here today, so very soon we will be hosting a statistical capacity building program virtually for our member states. We also foresee a conference, the third conference that we have been doing in the investment opportunities in the tourism sector. This year, we anticipate to do this in Mozambique. And as I touched on earlier, especially on the topic of cultural tourism and creative industries. So we will be working very closely with Nigeria here to showcase some of the cultural activities and what is happening in the creative industry space in our region. And we anticipate to do this later towards the year. So several initiatives we've foreseen upcoming. And also I'd like to touch on the creation of a data hub platform in Africa. And this will be able to bring it to our members through the collaboration and partnership that we are establishing with the Nova School of Business and Economics in Portugal. And here we know that there are some gaps, especially when it comes to market intelligence, data collection. So we anticipate to be able to bring this service to our members in the coming future. And just before I conclude, I would also like, in addition to the initiatives and the activities that I've shared, to invite you all to join us in October, 5th to 7th of October, for our 65th UNWTO Regional Commission for Africa, which will be hosted in Arusha, Tanzania. And the theme that the country has chosen is rebuilding Africa's tourism resilience for inclusive socio-economic development. So I invite you all to join us in order for us to be able to really look at how we can work together to continue to restart and hopefully get our figures back up to the numbers that we were used to pre-pandemic. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's still a lot of work to be done, and it's only working together that we will be able to achieve in the delivery of these initiatives. With this, I would like to stop here, and all of the publications that I've shared is available on our website that you can see here. And also when we share this presentation, as you click on the link, it will take you directly to the website. And with this, I thank you, and also thank all my team that is behind the work that we deliver to you as our member states. So thank you once again for giving us this platform for sharing these initiatives.
Thank you very much, Alshia, for that comprehensive summary, I would say, of your initiatives from the UNWTO side, as well as your plans for this year. And as dates become known, I think it's important, you know, we all knew and we all are aware of meetings that is upcoming, like CAF. But I think as the dates become available, we really need to ensure that we do put those in our diaries. Colleagues, I'm going to allow just a couple of minutes if there are any comments or questions that you do have for Alshia. I will allow that. Please just raise your hand, or if you don't know, if you struggle to get your hand, if you just unmute, I will recognize you and then you can raise your input. While we are awaiting, my team will also, I've seen that in the chat, the UNWTO has shared some information in terms of where documents can be found. Thank you very much. My team will also share email addresses where we really would like the presenters to email their presentations to. If you have not done so already, we really would like to make the presentations available to all our participants. So just keep your eyes open for the email address that will be shared in the chat. Alsha, it seemed, Sa, I see your hand just before when I thought there's no hands, but please come in. Thank you, Sa, come in.
Okay, thanks very much, chairperson of the session and the rest of the colleagues. First of all, Elsha, thank you so much for that cover slide of yours. Whichever city that is, I think everyone on the chat would love to go there. It's a really stunning city. So thank you for that picture that you used. I just wanted to check whether the UNWTO has done any work, even if it's preliminary work, just to assess the impact of digitalization, which of course the tourism sector does embrace, but what the impact of that is going to be, especially on the MICE sector, because it seems as if either virtual or hybrid sessions are really taking over and perhaps gaining momentum. And one can already see the risks there in the sense that it may over time become increasingly difficult to justify completely physical meetings, and what that impact is then going to be on the recovery of the sector, because as we know, the MICE subsector is a huge contributor, not just on its own, but in terms of generating future visits to those destinations. Thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I did omit to ask colleagues just to introduce themselves so that we all know where we fit into the value chain. So please, Sa, my apology, I should have done that, but I don't want to introduce you on your behalf.
Okay, no, it's not a problem. Thanks, Didichi. My name is Sa. I'm responsible for policy in the Department of Tourism of South Africa at Chief Director level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other inputs or comments? I heard something.
Would you like me to rebound on Sa's comment question?
Yes, please, Alsha, come in. I don't see any other hands, so I think it is clear. The rest, others are clear.
Okay, thank you, Sa, for your comment and also question. Indeed, as we all experiencing now, this is the new normal for us. We've accelerated. We were using technology, but now this has been accelerated with the arrival of the pandemic. And I think it has helped us also to rethink the way we are working in attracting visitors to our shores. And yes, indeed, there is work that UNWTO has carried out in this area. We have one department that specifically works on looking at innovative ideas on how for us to be able to not only recover the sector, but going forward. And also we have another team that looks at everything that has to do with market intelligence, how the sector is evolving. And that is why you saw one of the initiatives relates, I mentioned, is what we put together with Ayat, the destination tracker, enabling us to put information out there to our members. But if there is any specific request that the member state has or wants us to work with, we are always open and available. So you can always reach us so that we can look at the specificities in responding to the request. But with that said, also, I want to also emphasize that the collaboration that we've established with formerly Facebook, now Meta, is really to also help give capacities or better train our members in how to better make use of the various social media platforms that are out there today, such as Instagram, Meta, the use of WhatsApp. So just follow us. As I mentioned, very soon within the month of March, we will be running a workshop with Meta, specifically to provide training in this aspect. But for more in-depth requests that relates to policies and the way forward, we can address this based on the requests that we receive from the member states. I hope that this have answered your question and concern. Anime, you're on mute.
Yeah, you see, thanks. I don't know how many times we have done this, being on mute, and how many times we have said to someone they are on mute, and we think, you know, after 2 years we will know. But yeah, thank you very much, Alshia, for that response. I was saying that it looks like another exciting year that's lying ahead in terms of rethinking things and putting new strategies in place. I saw Sa is covered. She indicated that she's covered. So thanks. I think that will then lead us to our next presentation from Mr. Khumalo. He's the acting CEO of our marketing agency, South African Tourism. Welcome, Mr. Khumalo, CEO. We are happy and honored to have you with us. We are aware that South African Tourism is currently hosting Meetings Africa. So we are really privileged to have you with us. We can see the slides. I can confirm if you want to put it onto slide mode, that might be better. Thank you. All ready to go. Over to you, CEO.
Good morning, Session Chairperson, DDG Malan, Honorable Deputy Minister. It's an honor to be in your presence, and all colleagues on the call. My name is Themba Khumalo. For those that I have not met, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of South African Tourism, and I was asked to moonlight as the acting chief executive for a couple of months while the board finds a substantive CEO. So it is in that capacity that I'm presenting here today. What I will go through is a couple of slides just in terms of our latest thinking at South African Tourism. And as colleagues on the call will know that over the last 2 years, we have been in various levels of lockdown from a travel perspective. We have used this time to really relook, you know, the things that we've always taken for granted about tourism. You know, what this pandemic, as the Deputy Minister, you know, pointed out, you know, has really forced us to, you know, take stock, you know, of how we've been doing things, really look at what has been efficient and what has not, looking at the new normal going forward and making some very hard decisions in terms of how we are going to progress. So what I'm going to share with you is the hard stuff about, you know, the hard decisions and hard choices that we have chosen to make. We have done so not just, you know, as South African Tourism in isolation, but obviously under the guidance of the Department of Tourism, and in collaboration with the Tourism Business Council. I see, you know, the CEO of the Tourism Business Council is on as well. We have worked very effectively together in this regard in order for us to be able to make these hard choices. fly very quickly through the slides. So the first thing that we did was to relook at the markets in which we operate around the world. Previously, we've been operating in 44 markets. We've narrowed that down to 24, and we've changed the model in which we're going to engage with the other 20 and with the rest of the world. And I'll go through that in a little bit more detail in a little while. But this is a picture that shows, where we're choosing to play in the world in 8 markets, across the African continent, from a land standpoint, to, from an air standpoint, looking at the Americas, looking at Europe, and looking at, the Middle East and, and Asia markets. Next slide. So we went from, as I said, from 44 to 24 priority markets. The domestic market, and this is probably learning number one, and I think this is true for all tourism destinations around the world, which is to really look at creating strong domestic markets. If you look at, the big tourism markets around the world, even pre-COVID, they survive and thrive because of a strong domestic market. We've always, relied on international tourists. And I think what we have learned in this lockdown is to really build strong tourism markets. And that's looking at the supply side. It is also looking at educating our citizens in terms of enjoying their own country and building, a culture of travel within those markets. Looking at the rest of the world, we've looked at, markets where we'll be operating through, PR and other digital platforms in order to be able to address those. Next slide. Now, we looked at, our problem statement. I'm not going to share it here because it's not relevant for the broader audience, but we really looked at our own problem statement. And just to summarize it, it's twofold. We've got to think strategically, but think in terms of the actions that we need to take, and also act in a way that shows, responsibility. And what does that mean? There's a lot of emerging trends in the world, in terms of sustainable tourism, conservation. If you look at the millennials, there's never been a population, or a generation in history that is a lot more conscious about social justice, and about things like that. So it's absolutely important that when we think about how we embark on tourism efforts, that we do so with that in mind, and understanding that there's immediacy of information, whereas previously, we controlled, what the information that is out there is. Now that has been disintermediated by social media. Therefore, the way in which we act and the way in which we communicate has got to be done responsibly. And that leads me to the second statement, which is, you cannot talk your way out of things you've behaved yourself into. You've got to unbehave yourself. So there's a lot of things that from an action standpoint, on the supply side, and in the way in which we engage with the rest of the world that we've had to review. Next slide. Please stay in presentation mode. Next slide. All right, thank you very much. So what we've done, and this is probably, core lesson 3, is, a real balance between communication and action. And I think this is true, of all destinations across or most destinations across the African continent. I think we do more than what we communicate. I mean, I travel a lot on the continent. I mean, I love, East Africa, I travel a lot through there. And you find great breakthrough, product and experience initiatives that maybe is not communicated as powerfully, on the messaging side, because maybe, we haven't gotten that balance right. And if there's one thing that I'm really going to urge colleagues, as a collective, as a continent, and, all of us are in this together, is to really start finding the things that we do absolutely well and communicate those with a lot more power and confidence, rather than just, trying to anticipate what we think the world wants to see of us. I think it's time that we need to redefine the way in which the world looks at us And we need to be a lot more proactive in terms of communicating the things that we're good at. Because if we don't, you end up, in the bottom right quadrant where you're acting more than you're communicating. Excuse me, colleagues, if you can. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So how are we going to get this balance done of communicating and acting in synchronicity? Next slide. All right. So the first thing that we've done, which we launched on Monday night, is we've launched our global brand campaign. I know, several other countries have done likewise on the continent, but we've put together I keep getting muted. A very comprehensive campaign which we'll be running over the next couple of months to come. We launched it on Monday. So in phase one, on the top left quadrant, it is, we've launched, the brand content piece. And the thought behind that is get people to live again, to really come back out, to move from being pixels on screens and coming out into the real world and living out fully on, the African continent. It is about how we make people feel rather than what we sell. And it is that emotion, it is that, almost inner transformative nature of visiting Africa that we've really amplified in the brand film. I'm not going to play it today, but it will be available over the next coming days for colleagues to be able to see. Included in that and below that in phase one is we are going to be embarking on one of the biggest fam trips ever, okay? And the fam trip is not just on, bringing journalists and bringing buyers onto the continent. It is more about bringing actual tourists. So we've got to trigger the travel behavior into the market to make sure that you get tourists into the country, and they will be the ones that will then tweet, and post, on Facebook and, the various social media platforms, and will become the promoters of the destination. So if there's anything that we can do collectively as a continent, it is this. The way in which to trigger growth is sampling. I'm an old school marketer. If you want to sell something, you get somebody to try it and then get them to then testify about it. And that is what we're going to be able to do. And we've got various media partners that will be working through to get that done. On phase two, it is then deep immersive experiences and mass participation that we're going to try from an experiential standpoint. So that is how the campaign is built. You'll see it rolling out, and we're happy to share as we learn from this campaign, which is entitled Live Again. The next slide. The second piece is our global advocacy program, which has got 4 pillars to it. The first is a 24-hour tourism content newsroom. Sorry for the typo. And what the newsroom, is intended to do is, colleagues, we can't rely on foreign international media to tell our story. It is not in their interest to tell a good story about us. It is not in their interest, it's in their interest to perpetuate the current, perceptions about us. So we've got to wrestle back the narrative, and we've got to control what gets said about us and how we're perceived in the rest of the world. So what we've done is we put together a 24-hour newsroom. We're going to be communicating 3 times a day when we're fully up and running. Content within our time zone, so that it hits newsrooms for morning media in our time zone. We release it again at 10, 11 o'clock so that it hits the East Coast of, the Americas. And then, at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon so that it hits Asia and also informs our evening drive time and our evening news cycles. Unless we collectively do this as a continent, a single country communicating this is not going to succeed. So this is actually an invitation to, all colleagues on the continent that let's collaborate around restating the narrative, on a daily basis. This is not about putting out one advert. That is, the global campaign. But we've got to really get our stories out there on a daily basis, on a concerted basis. Top right corner is the tourism events calendar. Each country has got its own rhythm and it needs to remain like that. But what we need to do is we need to have a collective calendar that says, what are the big things that happen, on the continent? If in December, we've got, the big event that happens in Ghana, absolutely the entire continent needs to get behind that, and let's drive traffic into, into that region. If there's something else that happens in East Africa, let's all get behind that. But we've got to have a continental calendar so that we wrestle control of the world. I mean, Brazil will say, at this time, there's carnival, everyone is going to want to kind of go there. But we need to do so as a collective. We'll certainly do so from a country standpoint, but this is also an invitation that we need to do so continentally. Then there is the lobbying effort, bottom left, where we need to, stay off red lists, get off red lists, travel bans and other adverse travel advisories. But also in conjunction with that, we need to stay off the red lists. And staying off the red list is very different from getting off the red list. And this continuous lobbying effort, the continuous behind the scenes working in the diplomatic spaces is something that we need to continue to do in order for us to keep markets mutually open with ourselves. I mean, we know that this was, COVID, it could be something else, So we need to really get the art of this right and be able to stay off those red lists. The fourth one is internal to South Africa, but I guess it's also regional, where we actually look at our collaboration with the various regions within the country in order to make sure that we've got strong collaboration. Next slide. So again, as I said, that's how the newsroom is going to work. I've already articulated how, the information goes out every, 3 times a day. Next slide. I've articulated here, we've got just our national calendar and how we drive messaging around that. March 21st is coming up now, Human Rights Day. We need to be able to communicate, tourism as a human right. We've got our, Independence Day, April 27th, our Freedom Day. We need to, communicate the best things about tourism in South Africa that are fruit of our democracy. We've got colleagues, just so that and an announcement will come out shortly once we have tied it up, with all of our political principles, etc. But Africa's tourism in Durban is going to happen in May. So we just need to make sure that, we change the narrative. Last night, I heard from someone saying that, the buyers might be hesitating because they're not sure, whether this thing is actually going to happen at the scale at which it will. So we will be shortly putting out communication to make sure that everyone knows that Africa's tourism in Durban is happening. We've got June 16 around our youth in tourism, August, which is around women in tourism. So there's a clear calendar. We've got Tourism Month, which is September, World Tourism Day on the 27th of September. All of these landmarks, we need to collaborate around now. We celebrate them individually, and I think it's time that we scale these things up as a continent and we punch collectively into the rest of the world. Next slide. Getting off the red list, I've already spoken about that, but I just wanted to point out one thing. You've got big international corporates that are invested on the African continent. And it's time that those corporates, are leveraged in order to talk to their governments in order to keep travel open mutually with South Africa. We export from the continent, all of our, we export footballers, we export, musicians, fashion designers, powerful creative people in the world are of African descent. And we need to be able to leverage that in order for us to drive soft power, advocacy around the world to keep markets mutually open with one another, doing that both physically and on digital platforms. Next slide. There's also crisis communications that if an incident happens, what are the, the protocols that kick in immediately in order for us to be able to take advantage of positive messaging in the world, and also to take, to be able to curb adverse communication that goes out about the continent on global media platforms. I'm not going to dwell on this, but we need to, as a collective, be able to get a hold of how these protocols actually work. And we are doing from a South African standpoint, and we can share what we have done to date. Next slide. Just in conclusion, in each of these areas, we've come up with very specific initiatives. We've got 12 of those. On creating and converting demand, we've got the newsroom, we've got intensified, marketing in each of our target markets, real-time data, and predictive modeling. And let me just speak to this. I was going to speak to it earlier on the, the research slides, but it is about shifting from survey-based information, which we need for reporting because that's trended over time. But we need new data sources, which is about immediacy of management decision-making. That's a completely different thing about predictive modeling, forward, bookings, all of those, that kind of stuff, so that we can really begin to drive proactive marketing and proactive recovery of our tourism sector. The global brand film I've spoken about. We've also looked at the value chain. Colleagues, we will be aware that, the geopolitics have kind of shifted, during COVID in terms of how direct airlift works and in terms of how routing through various hubs works. So we experienced, for example, late part of last year and early this year, when the Emirates, imposed, travel bans, into certain parts of the African continent, that, because a lot of traffic out of Europe and out of Asia switches through, the Emirates, when that happens, it affects the way in which travel happens. So we are looking at the whole value chain, looking at ability, looking at airlift and all of that in order to reshape this, because tourism is not going to recover unless you have the tin to bring people in. So all of that we're looking at, and also our internal mobility to make sure that people can actually navigate through the value chain with confidence, turning moments of anxiety into moments of joy and anticipation. So that is the one side that we're doing. On the supply side, it's really about re-engineering, the visit experience and making sure that, we lost a lot of product in the middle of lockdown, and I think that's wholesale across the world. But what happened is that there was innovators that came up with new experiences during the lockdown, which were not part of the marketing effort prior to us going into the lockdown situation. So we're actually we have found all of that new product so that we can refresh our face to the world. And I know that my colleague, Chifiwa, will probably speak, to this as well. And then obviously I've spoken about the provincial collaboration. Colleagues, next slide, and I think that is my closing slide. Thank you very much, for hearing us. These are, the key thoughts that, we thought that we would share with you today. And if there's any deep dives that we need to do into any of these areas, colleagues, please, let us know, and we will make ourselves available to do those deep dives with any of you. And we'll do likewise when we receive your information. Thank you very much. Handing back to you, DDJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. You were talking about the crisis communication, and I was thinking about what Alsha was saying around the white paper on security and safety in the tourism sector, as just one of the important, I would say, linkages between the presentation that Alsha did and what you have said, CEO, without you necessarily seeing each other's presentations. I think there's quite an alignment between the presentations. Thank you very much. Words that so far from Deputy Minister's engagement or keynote through Alsha and now your presentation, CEO, words that were used often in all three presentations are partnerships, working together, collaboration. So I think that is sort of the theme that is emerging from these presentations. Colleagues, once again, there's an opportunity for inputs, questions, comments, noting the invitation extended by the CEO that they are at SAT available for engagement, but I do see a hand, Ashma. You're welcome to raise your input or comment or question.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, just introduce yourself. Sorry to interject. Just introduce yourself before you make your input.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you can.
Good morning. I'm very happy to participate in this virtual workshop. And I am happy to see so many friends. I would like to have more information about the content newsroom, please. Mr. Tony speaks about the strategy of the South Africa. It's the opportunity to share with you the experience and the strategy of the South Africa. I would like have the more information about the tourism content newsroom. Thank you so much.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. CEO, if you want to come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, we can be able to engage directly and, just share, how, the newsroom actually runs. We've got it physically up and running, so we can be able to, communicate from the newsroom itself and share how the mechanics actually work. If colleagues are interested in that, so we can set up the time. Tony, is on the call, so he can be able to set that up, and we can share that insight if that's necessary. I hope I'm answering the question, Chair.
All right. No, I think, CEO, what you are saying is that you are willing to show and share the work that you have done. We will just need to see how we get the colleague in touch with yourselves. I think if you can get in touch with us, to the emails that will be shared, where we want the presentations to be shared with Shivani and his team, we will also ensure that we could connect South African tourism and yourselves for that further engagement. We will ensure that that happens. It seems that you need to see that, you can't only hear it. Okay, I don't see any other hands. It seems that everything is clear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, CEO, for the presentation. Much appreciated. Colleagues, our next presentation is the presentation from the private sector in South Africa, the association called the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. And we do have Mr. Chivinga, that is the CEO of the TBCSA. Welcome, Chief, and thank you very much for your time and sharing your thoughts from the private sector. I think continuing with the theme that I've identified in South Africa, colleagues, and I'm sure as it is in many other countries on the call, the partnership between private and public sector in the tourism sector is very, very important, and we are privileged to have that partnership in South Africa. Thank you very much, Chief. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning from South Africa. As the chair have introduced myself, it's Chipiwa Chivangwa, the CEO of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. I would like to also recognize the Deputy Minister of Tourism from here in South Africa. It's good, that we can have this engagement, and of course, everyone who has joined this call. Now, you may be asking yourselves, what does the Tourism Business Council of South Africa do and who do they represent? Our job is to represent the interests of the tourism private sector here in South Africa across the value chain, meaning that we are the apex body that deals with government in terms of policy issues and many other issues that needs to be dealt with. And we also have a relationship with South African tourism that is formal in terms of how we market South Africa as a destination. So our job is to ensure that the private sector here in South Africa thrives and tourism is able to continue, and the private sector are able to do what they're supposed to do in terms of offering the experience, fulfilling the experience, creating jobs and impacting the economy of the country. So our membership, goes from small businesses that may be in a travel agency space or tour operators or car rentals, to big businesses that are listed in stock exchange, that are large hotel groups and large tour groups or tour companies or touring companies, companies that own transport, airlines, both domestic and international, and of course, even within the region. So our members spans across the entire value chain of tourism. Now, the topic that we are given, and as Anami have said, is to talk about how to protect supply during crisis. And one thing that's central to this is the partnership between the private sector and the public sector in terms of how we work together. And we obviously work very closely with the Department of Tourism on many, many aspects to ensure that the supply side is protected. Now, when COVID-19 came about 2 years or 2+ years ago, no one was prepared. And when I say no one was prepared, I don't think it's only in South Africa that one can say we were not prepared. I think the whole world was somehow not prepared. As much as we knew that every 100 years we are likely to get pandemic, there was no preparedness across the board. So it's something that we've got to learn from it for the future, to say, how do we do scenario planning? How do we do scenario planning for the country? And of course, once you do a scenario planning for the country, it will go down to a scenario planning for tourism should this type of things happen, and how then we need to be communicating as a country and as a tourism industry to the potential travelers, and also how do we manage the image of the country. So those type of things we were not so prepared, and I'm hoping that in the future we will be better prepared. I have seen that since for the past 2 years, since the pandemic, there has been an improvement in terms of how we communicate from government, how we communicate as a private sector, and how do we handle the situation. But the crisis of communication, was there in the beginning, and it's something to learn from. And I'm sure it was there in many countries, and it's a lesson for all of us in terms of how do we deal with it going forward. And the acting CEO of South African Tourism spoke about crisis communication and how we need to be, sort of doing it to protect the image of the country. Now, for us, when when we went into the first hard lockdown, as the entire world, was also imposing this hard lockdowns, and of course, everyone was optimistic that, we will go through, this hard lockdown, and we'll come out on the other side, and we will reopen and we'll restart, and everything will be normal again. And little did we know that it wasn't going to be normal, and we will have restrictions that are still continuing today. And when we realized as a private sector that we are not going to go back to normal. Our businesses are closing. Our employees are going to be sitting at home. We're going to run out of cash. We sprang into action to say, how do we reopen the industry? How do we operate safely, with COVID? And of course, information was still coming in, and things were starting to reopen. But the opening up, we're more obsessed from our side to say, how do we reopen the industry? But before we opened the industry, there were a few things that came on board from government side. Number one, here in South Africa, we started to have discussions around how do we unlock what we call the unemployment insurance fund, because it had surplus. How do we unlock that and make sure that employees can get assistance, because businesses were running out of money to pay them because they were not generating any income. And that scheme was introduced, to assist employees with, some money that they can use while we were on a lockdown. That came with its own challenges in terms of how do we administer that, but we sort of, as time goes, try to perfect the system. So the unemployment insurance fund, in terms of assisting employees within the tourism sector, has been very, very instrumental. And the relationship that we're able to get into between ourselves as a private sector representatives, the Department of Tourism, and the unemployment insurance scheme, in terms of signing an MOU to prioritize tourism staff in terms of payments, I think that went a long way, and it really, made sure that people have some money to buy some food to put on the table. So that was one of the things that really helped in terms of protecting the employees within the supply side of businesses. The second part of this is, the 200 million rand that was made available by the Department of Tourism in terms of a tourism relief fund. I'm sure this has been spoken about. That was very, very instrumental in making sure that the businesses themselves that were already on their knees are able to access some of that fund, although we believe as a sector that the 200 million rand that we got could have been 1 billion rand. It would have gone a longer way in sustaining many more businesses. But of course, the fiscus was constrained, and there wasn't money that was going to be, coming into, the tourism industry. So that amount of money really helped. I think it was 4,000 businesses that were assisted, and it really went a long way in making sure that there is a protection from the supply side. Another part that the department have done, I'm sure this was spoken about, is the whole issue around the independent tour guides. How do we make sure that those independent tour guides, or those that are contractors in tour guiding space, how do we make sure that they're sustained as well? Because they didn't qualify to get unemployment insurance fund because they operate as independent and they don't pay in every month in terms of that fund. So the amount of money that was made available by the department really went a long way in protecting, that part, of tourism value chain in terms of the tour guides. Otherwise, we would have had many people leaving the industry, and it would have been a crisis now when we are reopening the industry. Other part of protecting the supply side was the government guarantee loan scheme, which was made available for the entire country and all subsectors of the economy to utilize and apply, through the banks, commercial banks, and utilize in sustaining, the businesses. That came through. There were companies that qualified and were able to get some of those loans. However, the scheme itself, was a little bit short in terms of how it can help small businesses. So that was a challenge and still remains a challenge. But what the president have announced during the State of the Nation, it's a new scheme that I'm sure is being worked on now, which is called the Bounce Back Scheme, which is going to be much more simpler for businesses to apply, especially small businesses to apply and access the funds and being able to sort of go back to business. Because if we don't make sure that, the businesses within the value chain of tourism are liquid, we can go and do a whole lot of marketing, but when people arrive here on the ground, their experience is going to be inadequate, and therefore will be going backwards. So it's very important that these companies are liquid, they're able to fulfill the experience that has been promised, and the tourists are able to go back home, safe and happy. The next part of this, and some of these things happen concurrently. As an industry, we got together, we said, well, we need to reopen the sector. The only way out of the crisis is to work our way out of the crisis. And we had restrictions where people could not move from home, people could not move from one province to the next. There were no international airlines coming in. And then we pulled together what's called the protocols for safe reopening of travel. This was an industry initiative led by ourselves as TBCSA. We sat down with the value chain of tourism. We put together protocols on how we can operate safely across the value chain, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a hotel, what are the things that are needed to be there on a day-to-day basis to ensure that we can reopen. And we did this in conjunction with, the Department of Tourism, of course. We did talk to South African tourism, but from the private sector point of view, we had to take charge to make sure that we write these protocols. And of course, we subject these protocols to World Travel and Tourism Council to really get that seal of approval to say that our protocols are robust enough for us to reopen. Of course, this was a voluntary thing, and we encouraged the businesses across the value chain to really get on board and to participate. So the protocols that we put together are still in place. There's digital platforms. We update them, as time goes to make sure that, they fit, the current trajectory of the pandemic. And also they are not too restrictive in terms of how businesses are operating. So that's quite important. That continues. That was the one thing that really made us to be considered for reopening, by government when they reviewed, the regulations, on COVID. And of course, as time goes, the department then put together, the norms and standards, that comes on top of the protocols, because our protocols are more voluntary, but the norms and standards is the standard of the country. But both of them really work well in terms of protecting the supply side and making sure that there's trust in the destination. And we are, very much a sanitized industry, and people should be able to come in and do what they need to do without any issues. The other part of it is how do we then get back, the air access? Of course, within our membership, we have associations that deals with international airlines. We have association that deals with regional airlines. We had to engage and say, what are the airlines, saying, who's coming back, what are the conditions of coming back? And of course, some of these things were outside of our control because the other countries had banned South Africans from going to those countries. So therefore, their airlines had no reason to be flying into South Africa because even their own citizens were not sort of allowed to travel into South Africa and go back, or at least they put stringent rules for them, when they travel back in terms of quarantine, process. So the air access is quite important. It's something that together with South African tourism, we continue to work on. How do we get, more and more airlines coming in? But it's an issue of trust and comfortability, and to ensure that, that demand comes back and the airlines will start to, to look into South Africa. Another big part that we had to do to protect the supply side is to deal with the issues of removal of South Africa from red lists. The lobbying behind that, the work that we had to put in to convince, international communities or countries to really reconsider, their stance on South Africa due to, number one was the Beta variant, number two was the Omicron, and the stance that many countries took. So we had to really be robust in terms of how do we lobby and who do we need to get on board. And how, we can ensure that, as a country, we are reopened and all the source markets that are critical to South Africa, fly back to South Africa. Amongst those, we're, dealing with issues of, how do we get the Beta variant really, put the spanner in the works because it was called the South African variant. We had to fight with that. And then the Omicron, again, when it came, it was termed South African variant. And there were at some point where we felt like we were on our own in terms of as a country. as we're pushing from government side and from the private sector side. But nonetheless, the relationship and the working together, and also getting the right skills around the table in negotiating these things and putting the right pressure, be it at the House of Commons in London, at the Parliament there, or many other places, be it in the US, to make sure that we get the right people to speak on our behalf, to make sure that we are reopened, for business or for travel. So there are lessons to be learned from there. And the partnership that we formed between the private sector and the public sector, I think is critical. It's a critical learning in terms of how do we do things going forward, and how do we make sure that as we navigate the world of COVID and the world of restriction in terms of travel, how do we work together within different departments, be it international relations, and of course, tourism and many others that are critical. How do we make sure that we reopen the country and we speak in one voice together with those that are in the scientific community to make sure that, whatever we communicate is done in a way that it instills confidence. So there's still lessons to be learned from there. We still need to do a whole lot more work to make sure that, our communication is in sync and we are not, talking against each other. So the removal of red list, and the removal of, travel advisories that are not favorable, it's still key to us, and it's something that we're still going to work on going forward to make sure that we get into a stage where traveling to South Africa is not questioned, on the basis of COVID. But they can question us on many other things. But COVID, we are the same as any other country in the world, and we have world-class facilities should anyone fall sick while they're in South Africa. So those are just some of the things that we did to protect the supply side during crisis. The crisis is not over yet. We always have to be resilient. We negotiate with government. We participate in various meetings where the Department of Health will share statistics. We'll discuss issues of whether we should be imposing restrictions and what kind of restrictions should be imposed. How are those going to impact tourism and travel, and whether those things are going to mitigate the spread of the COVID-19. So we participate in those discussions, and our job there is to make sure that the industry keep going and the industry come out of this a bruising experience with the supply side still intact, and making sure that we do have experiences and products that people can still use. We did suffer in terms of many entrepreneurs who have left the industry because there was nothing to do. We did see also hotels closing because there were no people in there, and we did see the reduction in terms of the car rental capacity because there were no one who was renting the cars. In fact, in the beginning of this of the pandemic, when we were in the hard lockdown, some of the car rental companies didn't even have enough parking space. They had to find farms to really park the cars there because they had huge fleet. And as you know, you can calculate how many cars are going to be on the road in a given day. So you will know that you're never going to have all your full complement of fleet, at a location at the same time. So they had to find places to park those cars. They had to reduce their stock and so forth and so on. But what we're seeing now, we're seeing that, since December, we are seeing that we are on an upward trajectory. This is largely driven by domestic and regional and African travel. We are seeing the upward trajectory that more and more people are traveling. We have also seen that now in February, when we look at our January numbers, and the indications are from the market that even the February numbers are going to be looking good. So we're seeing green shoots, mainly driven by domestic and regional travel. And it will be exciting when we start to get the international market coming in. And I think what we've done yesterday and today in terms of Meetings Africa being hosted here in Sandton, it shows that the country is open for business. It shows that we can meet and we can do things safely. It brings that confidence. And what we're seeing is that that confidence is starting to yield results from the income point of view and more people traveling. So the supply side still in crisis. I wouldn't say that we're out of the woods. I think the next 6 months is going to be critical. in terms of what happens. The way we manage the fifth wave is going to be critical, but I think there are many lessons that we've learned in terms of, how we've done things in the past and how we should be doing things into the future. And from our side, we believe that we are on an upward trajectory. And of course, the fact that, the reignition of tourism demand is there, it's quite important. And the work that South African tourism is doing, it's important to protect the supply side. If that work it's not done, we won't have adequate, protection on the supply side. So we need everything to work in order for us to move forward. So thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, CEO. You spoke about the lessons that we need to learn, and I think that is one of the if not the main objective of our discussion today, or behind the putting together this workshop is learning from each other, sharing what we did, but also sharing what we tried and it didn't work, also learning from our mistakes. Thank you very much for the positive comments towards the end, in terms of we are seeing the sector starting to recover, but of course, I think as Elsje also mentioned, it will still take time for all of our countries, the tourism sector, to get to the levels where it used to be. But colleagues, and once again, thank you, CEO. Any inputs or comments on the presentation that was done by the CEO of the TPCSA? I don't see any hands. It looks like it was very clear. And of course, if there's something that, after you have reflected on the presentation, something that comes to your mind, you always have the opportunity to come back to us, and we will put you in touch with the people that can assist in responding to your question. All right, thank you very much. I think, colleagues, we have also been joined, I'm told, by other countries, but at this point, we did schedule a tea break, a comfort break, a lesson that we have learned from these virtual meetings is that sometimes we tend to be in the meeting from 8 to 5 without having any breaks. So we do want to give you an opportunity to get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and just walk around a bit, get the circulation going. It is now 11:10 South African time. So if we give the 15 minutes as scheduled, let's get together then at 11:25 back on this platform again, and then we will take Ayat's presentation, colleagues. So you are welcome to stay on the platform and just rejoin again in 15 minutes time. Thank you very much for a good first session. I think a lot of lessons and experiences shared from a UNWTO, a global perspective, but also then from a South African perspective. Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll see you in 15 minutes time. Thank you.
I should show.
I see.
No. Okay, I should carry. Like a more no. One. Don't this one. Masafi. Yazo?
Has it come?
From here. Okay, touch on. No, light.
Are you stepping on?
Light there. Light there. Light don't come.
Check the back, or maybe something is disconnected.
I need positive. This one. One of the few.
It's connected now.
Connected.
As in, check the back of the system if something adjusted. Would have allowed it. It's on, it's on.
On.
Mm.
No, it's not on.
It's on, see it there.
Huh?
Basi.
Basi. Mr. Basi. I have a problem here.
Good morning,
We're having problems.
Mama, there's no
Which
connection.
problem?
We can't hear them.
Can't hear.
It's your meeting today.
Yes.
I told you yesterday now.
Second.
Second.
Or is it second?
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
thinking it's 10.
No, second. I told you yesterday. Yesterday in the evening. Work
We
was
can't
too
hear
much.
them. It's on.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Okay. Something I did this one. Yeah.
Okay, the mouse.
Yeah, I said the mouse. Now another thing they bush.
And why away the show online?
No, I say mouse.
No, say. They say me.
No make me happy at all. No, no. I don't see anything. Even that the one we do it. See the wahala.
Are you serious? Which country?
That one says
It's stressful.
that one is this they are
Welcome back, everyone. I trust that you had time to make a cup of coffee or tea or something to drink. Water. We are back and we are looking forward to our next presentation from the Regional Director for External Affairs and Sustainability for Africa from IATA. I think it links very nicely to a remark that the CEO of TBCSA made in terms of the importance of colleagues can, the importance of the availability of airlift, especially moving forward in driving tourism sector. Thank you very much for muting. I would like then to invite Ms. Adeyemi, I hope I pronounce it correctly, and welcome you to the Best Practices Workshop, and thank you for availing your time. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. It's a star-studded event indeed, with many of the countries and all of the key executives looking at tourism and travel, both within South Africa, the African continent, and indeed around the world. So it really is a pleasure to be here. Thank you all so much. Without further ado, if you'll allow me to share my slides, just give me a second. I'll be sharing the slides right now, and then we can jump straight into the discussions. They've been very insightful so far, I must say. A lot of insights have been shared, a lot of information has been shared, right from the deputy DG all the way to our last speaker, and they're very, very interesting and insightful discussions so far. So let me start with sharing with you a presentation that will cover a few elements of air travel and its impact on tourism. Of course, starting with the effects of COVID-19. Please confirm if you can see my screen, and I will put it on presentation mode.
It is visible. Thank you very much. I will tell you when it's on presentation. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So my name is Adefunke. I mean, you did a great job pronouncing it. Everyone calls me Funky, so please feel free to. I look after external affairs and sustainability for IATA, covering the African continent. Today, I'll be taking you through a high-level economic overview of aviation and air transport, looking at the latest medical evidence around COVID-19 and how Omicron has started to change the way that we see things in the travel and health spaces, and of course in tourism, looking at blueprints for simplifying air travel in terms of what we can do, looking at risk-based frameworks and health status protocols, advocacy approaches and scorecards, and of course, open to questions thereafter. So air connectivity is very important, and it's an engine of economic growth. We've seen some of the statistics that have been shown by previous colleagues, so I won't belabor the point, but just to highlight that there is a cycle where air transport and aviation, or travel and its effects, what travel brings, it supports economic growth, and of course, improved connectivity also helps to foster economic growth. And if you just think about, getting on a plane, why do people fly? People fly for different reasons, tourism, of course, being one of them. But of course, when they arrive in a destination, people are going to contribute to that economy right from the time that they get off the plane until the time that they leave. And so it's a critical catalyst. And with that being said, the impact of COVID-19 was severely felt on both travel and tourism due to the closure of borders, when governments and countries were still trying to grapple with how best to address COVID-19. I must pause here and commend the government of South Africa that since October of 2020, when they reopened their borders, the South African government has kept its borders open, despite all of the challenges that they have faced, both domestically and from third countries. And so that's something that's commendable and is an example of a best practice that we'll be talking about, highlighting later in this presentation. So starting with, the impact of COVID on global international air connectivity. As at February 2022, we're now at 48% of pre-crisis levels, meaning from February 2019, 2 years ago. And this is an interesting number. You can see from the slide, the trend, which has already been referenced by some of the earlier speakers, domestic air connectivity really strong. And of course, that makes sense because third countries close borders. And so you had to continue to move people around within domestic and within the internal borders of countries. But this is also an interesting signal and a sign for countries and for regions in terms of where potential growth could come from. We can see what the international connectivity picture looks like. Regarding the variations across different regions, the red dots represent the global international average, and then the solid lines look at different regions. And we can see from these slides that a lot of the the regions of the world were really severely impacted. Take Asia Pacific as an example, where there was most of the borders remained closed for 2 years, and just a few of the countries have started to reopen. And you can see that bearing out on that red line. Europe, you can see the trajectory where it started to open again from summer of 2021, and you can see the uptick. And look at Latin America, quite advanced, with many countries that did not even go on lockdown at all, for example, Mexico. And Africa doing quite well in the grand scheme of things, because third countries, primarily Europe and the US, were close to Africa for 1.5 years. And so it was left to Africa to again support itself. And again, this is another signal and an opportunity, which I'll speak to a bit later. Now, within Africa, we can see again the trend and an uptick. Africa doing not badly, behind Middle East and behind Europe. Now, African total international air connectivity, as at this last month, February, is 74% of pre-crisis levels, meaning that Africa is actually trending better than the global. So in terms of all our international destinations, whether it's intra-Africa or Africa to and from the world, is trending upwards. Again, it's a positive signal starting to show that not only are governments starting to reduce these restrictions, but also that people are having the confidence to want to travel again. And this, of course, impacts tourism significantly, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, the extent of recovery based on compared to 2019 in February, we can see it here. So domestic, as I've said, very, very strong, 83%. Within Africa, we're 65%. Africa to Europe at 75%, or to and from. Again, Middle East traffic, 88%, and North America up to 93%, with Latin America, Asia Pacific lagging behind for the reasons we've mentioned, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean. Again, these are very important indicators and signals of what tourism boards and tourism organizations and the marketing, advocacy, communications can start to do in terms of taking advantage of this rebound in traffic. And when looking at South Africa specifically as a country, given that you're our host for this event, the indicators show that international flights per week between February 2019 and February 2020 was 54% of what it was in 2019. So down 535 flights per week. Again, different combination of factors, Omicron, but also some of the challenges or restructuring of some of the local and domestic and regional airlines as well, where we see some of those destinations have to fall away. International destinations, where meaning, you know, one flight a week, we saw that also drop, but not by as much. And the countries that are connected with South Africa, a slight drop from 42 to 31, right? I'm sure that that will continue to increase. And in terms of its air connectivity, it is 48% of pre-crisis levels. And I think this graph or table speaks for itself. We can see the trajectory from February 2019 to February 2021. And we can see from, you know, the full lockdown period up until, you know, things restarted again. So domestic travel starting slowly in April, and then by October, it was reopened to intra-African travel and to third countries that were willing. And we can see the upward trend as at February 2022. And for the last point on connectivity for South Africa is, you know, again, we see the indicators here that should, again, indicate and signal to the tourism boards and to your community in terms of what next to do. All of us working together in collaboration. Domestic remaining very strong. Africa, another opportunity, especially for South Africa to start to increase its footprint within the African continent, and especially picking up on what Elsia had mentioned about brand Africa, destination Africa, my Africa, really starting to market Africa to Africans as a destination beyond the traditional markets. We can see the indicators even to Europe, which was traditionally one of the top markets with South Africa, to the Middle East, slightly increasing, even to North America, not quite as high. But again, those are some of the reasons are because of the unfortunate and unnecessary bans on South Africa by third countries, especially with the Omicron variant. Thankfully, South Africa rose up very strongly against that, and some of the international organizations, including Ayat, were able to also interject with organizations and countries to desist from these sorts of events, but rather to focus on risk approaches. Let's look at what the impact of Omicron has had on, you know, the air transport and these figures that I've mentioned to you. It's been quite interesting and to a large extent, quite positive. So we started with news and the narrative around Omicron in December. And as we know what happened there, you know, a lot of it was hysteria, a lot of misinformation and disinformation, leading to countries going right back to where we started from in March of 2020, to countries closing down borders again. Thankfully, this was not allowed to continue for too long because the narrative started to change as quickly as January 2022, again, with the very quick responses and rebuttals from the South African government, and with support from other organizations and countries and the WHO, of course, that really helped to start to change the narrative, and to start to help to get the countries in South and Southern Africa and other parts of Africa that were unfortunately put on banned lists, which is something that we do not support, because there are other ways of ensuring that people can travel safely through the air travel system for whatever reason, travel, business, tourism, and so on, visiting friends and family, as long as you're following the risk-based approaches. And so Omicron started to show us something quite interesting, that first of all, we were seeing as if the world is moving away from the pandemic state of COVID to an endemic state. And as a result of that, almost all countries had then started to move away from COVID elimination strategies rather to COVID mitigation strategies. And just a few examples here that with UK, France, Germany, and Spain, comparing the Omicron to other variants, we saw that the hospitalization ratio, the fatality ratios significantly lower. And again, we showed, there was a study done by Oxera and Edge Health for the Manchester Airports Group, showing that travel restrictions were not unnecessary travel restrictions, meaning closure of borders and the typical reactions that we had seen with previous variants, was actually not going to limit the Omicron spread domestically, and meaning that travel was actually not really a factor in bringing on board Omicron. And one of the interesting statistics that we found through our own research, also with Oxera and with a few other, and with Oxford and a few other institutions, was that the contribution of travel in terms of spread of COVID-19, any of the variants since the beginning, has been only 3%. And that is because, for some reason, at the early stages of the Omicron, a few of the cases were able to slip through the cracks. But I'll show you now the cheese, how aviation and air transport, working in collaboration with several stakeholders, was able to block the holes across the air travel corridor. And so the other point to make is that travel restrictions really were inimical to recovery of traffic, and not just traffic, but recovery of tourism and recovery of business, recovery of economies, recovery of social standing, justice, peace, and so on. And all of these restrictions that we saw over the period of the COVID from January 2020 to October 2021 just showed that it was really not necessary, and a lot of people did not support these travel restrictions. The lack of predictability also impacted traveler confidence negatively, and also the established booking patterns, and many of you in the tourism space will know this, where previously established markets would book way in advance, come for their safaris or come for the annual meetings and so on. That changed because of the uncertainty and the lack of predictability. And so some of the good practice principles for risk-based frameworks moving into an endemic world for recovery are transparency in terms of information, predictability, regular review of protocols or directives or rules that are put in place, and of course, non-discrimination. All of these are what we support as IATA, irrespective of region, and particularly for the African continent, given what we have faced previously. And it speaks again to something that had been mentioned by, I think it was the DG of SA Tourism, speaking about the importance of communication and communicating effectively for supporting customer confidence, but also ensuring policy decisions that are made in the right way. So the risk-based frameworks and the health status protocols are really key. And our focus for 2022 is looking at all of the pillars that we had put in place from the beginning of the pandemic, but focusing specifically on safely reopening of borders and ensuring a clear roadmap to recovery. And the red and the green bars are the focus. Of course, the others continue to remain relevant. This is what we've been working on for the past 2 years. But in this year, 2020, and going forward, we're going to be focusing a lot on the red and the green bars. Elsia had mentioned some of the work that we've done together in collaboration with the UNWTO as IATA in terms of restoring consumer confidence, one of which is the Open Destinations Tracker that she mentioned, and also collating travel incentives and travel trends. And of course, we're going to continue this work. But what we have seen is important to recovery of travel and tourism are ensuring that, one, we move to an endemic state, through risk mitigation. Elimination is no longer is not realistic, and the WHO has mentioned that. But we've also started to see a difference in the mutation of the variant and how its medicine as well as government reactions are leading to or supporting this issue. Now, we need a roadmap, a clear roadmap to recovery on a risk-based basis, and the importance of vaccination and testing, as well as contact tracing, and we'll speak to this in a little bit. Keeping borders open, for those who have opened, South Africa again been a great example of staying open despite everything, because the health protocols were sufficient, working in line with the travel protocols based on that coordination that had happened at a very early age, very robustly with the health authorities and air transport and tourism, that they were able to remain open. So we're moving now from pandemic to endemic state. Stability and resilience are key. Simplification and cost effectiveness of measures are important, and consistency across markets are key. And as a result of all of these considerations, we've developed a document called the Blueprint from Restart to Recovery, which is a blueprint for simplifying air travel. We simply call it the Blueprint document. And again, this document is something that came out of an international meeting of ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, where at its high-level council meeting, it worked in collaboration with so many different stakeholders, WHO, UN, WTO, and the entire aviation value chain to come up with specific triggers to ensure that aviation, air transport, tourism, and by extension, economies can recover in a risk-based manner without having to close down borders and revert to the unfortunate situations we had in 2020. And the goal of this document is to simplify the communication of travel requirements, to harmonize, of course, to coordinate better all words that we've heard throughout the course of the morning, and to also use the lessons learned from Omicron, as I've outlined to you, showcasing why the blueprint is even more relevant. And what are the key messages that we're sharing in this blueprint? One is that we need to make vaccines available to all. So vaccines have proven, particularly with the Omicron, to be very important. And therefore, vaccine equity is something that we at IATA, and I personally as an African, totally support. Again, we commend the government of South Africa, the president of South Africa leading the charge in terms of vaccine acquisition for the continent, but we're still not where we need to be. There's still a lot of gap in there, and whatever we can do to support each other in this process is most welcome, to ensure that as many Africans as possible are able to receive vaccinations. The second is that fully vaccinated travelers should face no additional barriers. Again, the science backs up this fact. Yes, vaccination does not mean that someone cannot get or catch any variants of the COVID. What it means, though, is that it prevents the severity and those fatalities. And we've seen the numbers all over the world, even in the places in the world that had very high numbers, reduced drastically following vaccination. And another thing is that all vaccines should be accepted. All vaccines that are approved by WHO should be accepted. And so the practice of certain countries saying, no, they only accept certain vaccines, etc., is discriminatory on the face of it, and is not something that we support. And the third is for those passengers who are non-vaccinated, and of course, there'll be a vast majority of those from the African continent, use testing effectively as we have done, as Africa has done for the past 18 months for non-vaccinated travelers. Use testing as the way forward, especially in cases where people cannot get vaccinated, not just because they don't have access, but also because they can't medically, for minors, for previously infected people who have recovered and have immunity, and for medical exemptions. The important thing to note here is that testing during the height of the pandemic and when we were still figuring out the science was a very effective way of ensuring that people were able to travel through the air travel corridor. However, now that we have vaccines, there are other ways of going about it. And even within the testing regime, we can use other forms of testing. And so talking now to that particular point is promoting the use of antigen tests. I remember at the beginning when South Africa first reopened, one of its protocols was the use of antigen tests in a case, in the unlikely event of a passenger who arrives and tests positive, and that they would use antigen tests. And there was a plan at some point to roll out antigen testing across the airports. Of course, we don't support testing on arrival, especially when testing at departure has already been done. But I think moving from PCR testing to antigen testing is a very, very good way, and another low-hanging fruit of supporting recovery for those who are not vaccinated. For those who are not vaccinated, and that's something that the South African government can do very quickly. What are the benefits of antigen? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. So what are the benefits of antigen testing? They're simple, they're easy to come by, they're extremely cost effective, cheap, not as expensive as PCR tests. And of course, the cost of PCR varies across the continent of Africa, from $20 in Ethiopia to $58 in South Africa, to $100 in Kenya, and up to $120 in other parts of the world like Nigeria. And it's one of the things we're saying, that the cost of testing is going to be another deterrent to travel recovery and therefore tourism recovery. And so if we're able, as South African government and other governments who are on the call, are able to switch from PCR testing to antigen testing, which has proven to be as reliable as the PCR testing over the past year and a half, then I think that's something that we really support. And another thing is governments, really the international health regulations say that government, and Article 40, that government should pay for testing. Now, because PCR was so expensive, the cost was passed on to the passenger. But if we're able to move to antigen, then there really is no a reason why this could not be another incentive that governments can use. If you're getting PCR antigen test costs at $1, I don't see any reason why this could not be another incentive for governments to support movement of people. Now, this is the cheese board I was talking about. At the height of the pandemic, we looked at the entire air transport corridor for someone who is traveling, right from the beginning, even before you travel, what you need to do, and then you get to the airport at departure, and all of that process: check-in, baggage drop, security, border control, boarding, flight, deplaning, passport control, baggage claim, and the curb. And you see all of these things and protocols that were put in place. But the interesting thing is, and one of the points of the blueprint is that at some point, it's also important to review certain measures that may have been relevant at the beginning or the height of the pandemic, but may not necessarily be relevant anymore. And so again, it's speaking to authorities and governments for us all to work in collaboration and to ensure that we keep only those things that are absolutely necessary and relevant. As I begin to wrap up, the next steps are, what have we been doing in terms of our advocacy, in terms of how we've been trying to push? I'm sure a lot of people on the call may have seen that Ayat has been quite vocal and quite active about, what governments should be doing to ensure that, travel can recover and tourism can recover, and therefore economies can recover while maintaining and saving lives and livelihood. So one of the things that we did was we looked at the top 33 aviation markets, meaning the countries that have the biggest percentage of traffic, making up most of the traffic of the world. 2 states from Africa fall within that category, South Africa and Ethiopia. And we looked at what South Africa and Ethiopia were doing and what they needed to do. And I'd like to share with you that beyond Africa has been doing very well since the beginning of the pandemic. We were the first continent to open our borders to each other on the basis of testing. We were the first continent to start to accept third countries on international travel on the basis of testing. And in particular, South Africa and Ethiopia. Ethiopia actually was the first country to reopen its and to restart operations in July of 2020, and other countries followed suit. Ethiopia, and South Africa followed in October. But again, they were open without quarantine and without unnecessary restrictions for travelers on the basis of testing. And then when vaccination came on board, travelers can also apply. Now, what are we asking South Africa and Ethiopia, being 2 of the key markets in terms of traffic on the continent? 1 is remove PCR test requirement restrictions for vaccinated travelers. This is another quick win towards recovery. So as we're working on all of the policy things and some of the medium to long-term goals, this is a short-term policy decision that can be made tomorrow that will immediately start to see those numbers ramp up without jeopardizing the health of the domestic population, because the health and risk-based protocols would still be followed within the travel corridor. So 1 is removing the PCR test requirements for restricted vaccinated travelers. And I think that this will help to support a lot of the long-haul traffic to and from South Africa. The second, as I've mentioned before, is the use of antigen tests in lieu of PCR for non-vaccinated travelers because of the cost, the ease of coming to them, and just ready availability, and also the time, cutting down the time in terms of turnaround for results. And the third thing is interoperability of digital solutions. So we know that the South African government has a health travel portal, and there are digital solutions that accept QR codes or can be made interoperable that will facilitate travelers through that process. And my colleague Sandile Chipunza will be talking about that in the last part of the presentation. And for Ethiopia, similar things as well, but we're also asking for underaged, under 18s to be exempted and issuance of barcode-equipped health certificates. These are quick wins, and these are important points that tourism countries focused on tourism boards, etc., can engage in collaboration with other agencies of government to see how this can be brought to bear. Now, let us see what some of the best practice examples are, since we're in a best practice workshop of what governments are doing and this trend of moving from pandemic to endemic. Across the African continent, Senegal now accepts either vaccination certificate for fully vaccinated packs, what I was saying earlier and advocating for, or for those who have not been vaccinated, PCR tests. So they've already implemented what we're advocating for other countries to do. We are talking to Senegal now to see how we can move them from PCR to antigen testing. Botswana, they accept either vaccination certificate for fully vaccinated packs or negative PCR for entry. This is something that was announced a couple of weeks ago. Uganda has removed testing on arrival requirements for all passengers. So it's one of the few countries in Africa that had both testing, pre-departure testing and testing on arrival. And Namibia removes testing requirement for vaccinated travelers, but this is again for nationals and permanent residents only at this stage. It is our hope and our view as we continue to talk with them that they will move to making this more a blanket position. South Africa, we know that in addition to all the wonderful things that you've done so far, have removed quarantine requirement for asymptomatic COVID-19 positive travelers. And Cape Verde now accepts PCR test or antigen test for all travelers. So they are accepting antigen in addition to PCR. PCR no longer being the gold standard. and Guinea-Bissau recovery certificates in addition to PCR testing. Other examples from around the world, I'd like to spotlight Egypt. Egypt is the 36th largest international air travel market in the world, and the 3rd largest market for tourists in the Middle East after Saudi and the UAE. It has adopted many of the recommendations in the blueprint document, and we're going to post that into the chat. My colleague Sandile will post that either now or at the end of his own portion of the presentation. And we'll post that so that the governments and the other participants will be able to have a look at this. And the whole point is establishing a risk-based approach to managing COVID-19 and allowing traffic. And this could be of interest to other countries, particularly those that rely heavily on inbound tourism. Another interesting example is Switzerland. Earlier in February, they removed all COVID-19 health-related restrictions for those eligible to enter Switzerland. And that means no requirement. So you can come in. No need to provide a test, vaccine, or recovery certificate, or the need to complete a passenger locator form. It's a very good practice. Now, of course, you have to indicate, but those are for those who are eligible, right? I believe that this applied to many of the citizens within the EU, but mainly for fully vaccinated travelers. And they can come into to Switzerland for any reason, including tourism, which was not the case before. Again, examples of practices around the world. So as I close with this slide, before I invite my colleague Sandile to talk us through the last portion, speaking about digitalization, what is it that is necessary for recovery? The key messages and focus of our blueprint is that countries can adopt a risk-based framework and keep borders open. Vaccination strategies are important, so access to vaccinations are important, but also once people have been vaccinated, that should be sufficient to allow them to come into the country while maintaining other relevant checks and balances. Where you haven't been vaccinated, testing remains an option, but moving from PCR because of cost and because of the convenience and some of the inconsistencies and lack of harmonization to simple antigen testing. Ensuring the communication is very important. There's certainty, it's clear, passengers don't have to scramble around, and we continue to look to the future. So I will now invite my colleague, Sandile Chipunza. He's our manager for external affairs and sustainability for Africa, based in the Johannesburg office there with a lot of you. So Sandile, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Funke. Thank you, Program Director. I'll stand on existing protocol. Funke, I think you are moving the...
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
The slides. Thank you. So in terms of the health status credentials, governments, passengers, and airlines needed a system whereby they needed assurance that they were safely moving people across borders. And to try and open these borders safely without quarantine, risk-based measures had to be implemented to ensure confidence through all parties, that is governments on the one hand, passengers on the other, and the airlines. So testing or proof of vaccination has proven over time and during the course of this pandemic to be the solution. Okay. And both the passengers and governments, as I said, need to have the confidence. And I'll talk a little bit about the Ayat Travel Pass before we move the slides further. So the IATA Travel Pass is a tool that lets passengers know what type of test they need to travel. And this is powered by thematic auto check. So thematic was a tool that was developed by IATA in the early 60s and has been used over the years to ensure that passengers know what visa requirements they need, what health certification they need for certain countries, for example, yellow fever zones, etc. And what you need for your entire journey in terms of your documentation requirements through transit points to your destination. So then, with the advent of COVID, the pressing matter has been to know what type of test or vaccination now that you need to travel, and you need to know where to get it, and you need a way to share the verified results securely with airlines and border authorities. So the tool allows governments to verify the authenticity of tests or vaccine data and the identity of the person presenting that health certificate. And it allows for airlines to provide accurate information to passengers on test requirements and verify that a passenger meets the requirements for their journey.
Sorry, just to add, it's not just for testing, it's also for vaccination as well. It's been evolved into vaccination certificates as well, just for the benefit of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Funke. So it combines 4 different elements to deliver this end-to-end solution. You know, the contactless travel, which is the IATA Travel Pass app, the lab app, which allows passengers to go and get tested at labs that have been onboarded into the IATA Travel Pass environment, and that are state regulated, would have done the checks with the necessary authorities to ensure that they're bona fide labs. And we have a lab registry that shows the labs that are within the environment where passengers can go near where they are to get the test done. And then they are able then, once the information or the result, the test result or the vaccination certificate has been unloaded, it is sent securely to their phones, and then they are able to share that test result or vaccination certificate with the necessary airline and or the border authority. So the app is open sourced, you know, to facilitate interoperability with other providers, as you had Funke mention earlier. So it is interoperable with departure control systems, and has the ability also to ingest QR codes. So if states are issuing tests and or vaccination certificates with a QR code, that would be able to be ingested into the IATA Travel Pass environment. And our biggest advocacy message here is that these solutions are really indeed the way forward in terms of allowing the safe reopening of borders. So I've spoken to that. If we could move to the next slide, please. So I spoke to the interoperability, protection of privacy, you know, the solutions, whatever solutions that governments and or airlines choose should be able to address the risks of you know, the proliferation of personal medical data and adequately protect the travelers' personal information. Pre-travel processing, you know, to ensure, we've all noticed the increased processing time through airports due to the measures put in place. But if you use the the IATA travel pass, you are able to fast track through the airport through the contactless travel. Next slide, please, Funke. Okay, so an example of a good practice is the European Digital COVID Certification, the EU DCC, which is in use in all 27 European Union member state countries. And it's also now got credentials in 22 non-EU countries that have achieved equivalency. And this has helped the IATA Travel Pass to extend its footprint across the globe. We have trialed the IATA Travel Pass in with over 77 carriers, and we have about 5 carriers that have signed on fully to that IATA Travel Pass tool. So the format of the EU DCC can be both paper and digital format, and in the national language and English, and is free of charge. The QR code I was talking to before is both also in digital and paper format, and it contains the information or the essential information that makes sure the certificate is authentic and valid. And then the verification and authentication in this case offers the gateway through which the encrypted data used to sign the DCCs are required to authenticate certificates for distribution. And this allows for the automated verification to be done remotely. So in the absence of a single global standard, which is why I've been making reference to the EU DCC, for digital vaccination certificates, third countries may also seek an EU DCC equivalence decision for their own COVID-19 certificates. So speaking to the states that are here on, would urge you to look and consider this EU DCC equivalence. And the equivalence decision confirms that the COVID-19 certificates issued by a third country adhere to the standards and technological systems interoperable with the tool. Contact tracing, that as well in the evolution of this is something that in other best practice states, other states are doing away with, but many governments are requiring passengers to contact trace, to complete PLF forms, passenger locator forms, so that they can be contact traced. And in the context of international travel, contact tracing is an important complement to measures applied during the travel experience and at the border, and therefore plays a role in the part of the multi-layered and risk-based approach. Okay, so the future developments in the passenger process, we've spoken the rapid development of technology and tools such as the IATA Travel Pass. We know in Africa, we also have the AU Trusted Traveler Pass. And in the East of Africa, we know they have the East African Community Travel Pass. And the goal really is to ensure that they're interoperable to facilitate the fast restart of travel. And these tools must manage passenger health credentials and identity information in a secure manner using open standards, open APIs, and this, as I said, was developed on the back of the IATA One ID concept in special regard to the IATA Travel Pass. And as the recovery continues, the investments in these technologies can then be leveraged to achieve contactless end-to-end passenger experience. I hope you have found this to be of benefit, and I don't think there are any more slides. And as indicated by Funke, I'll be sharing the blueprint document and the Ayat travel pass information, so states can have a closer look at that, and hopefully we can take this forward. I'll hand over back to you,
thank
Funke.
you very much to the program director and to all of the attendees for your attention, and happy to take any questions, myself or Sandile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Funke and Sandile, for that very comprehensive presentation, looking at where we come from, but also sharing some best practices from your perspective that countries can consider in, their future, or as they roll out their recovery plans. I've noted Sandile did mention that he's going to share a number of things with colleagues. I know there's also a huge request from attendees for the presentations, not only this one, but also from the other presenters. The colleagues have shared their email address on the chat. My team, please, if the presenters can just share their presentations with them, and then we will make sure that all attendees get a copy or get the presentations. I think we all want to refer back to those as we move forward. That just shows how valuable your presentations are to us. Colleagues, if there are any, I see Sa's hand, any others? Let me give to Sa for now, and then I'll also allow others to come in if there are more questions or inputs. Thanks, Sa.
Okay, thanks very much, Program Director. There was mention in one of the slides of the concept of fully vaccinated travelers, and the idea that they should not face any further
Is it me, or we have lost the Chief Director?
Yeah, no, I was just about to ask. I know sometimes my connection is not that stable, and then they come back.
Okay.
Sa, can you hear? Are you back, Sa? We have lost her now.
Maybe in the meantime, we can take another hand. I see Shabani.
We will ask Shabani, yes. Shabani,
sorry.
Just introduce yourself because you haven't spoken before, please.
Thank you, Program Director DDG and the colleagues. My name is Shaban Mukwebo, Director responsible for Africa and Middle East in the Department of Tourism. My question is regarding what Ms. Adi Funke spoke about, simplifying air travel. And I want to link this to what we call the Africa's lost revenue. In terms of the Yamoussoukro Declaration, wherein we find that in Africa, we struggle with air connectivity between our own countries, and you have to take such a long haul travel for you sometimes that you would leave Africa to go to Europe or Middle East and come back to Africa in a single trip, which becomes expensive. And I just want to understand in terms of how are we actually engaging the African Union. We have got the African Development Banks that can sponsor probably those countries that might be struggling to establish or develop their own airports, but also where are the bottlenecks in terms of these African countries to be able to have simple air connectivity within ourselves, that we have to find out and cut off those challenges that we're having. I've seen what we have given as percentages in terms of the air connectivity or the flight destinations. But those flights that we have, are those the African national carriers, or they are from outside because of investment? Simply just to find out where the bottlenecks in terms of having simple connectivity in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's a great question. One of the things that I had mentioned in the presentation was that during the height of the pandemic, even though Africa had reopened, it really didn't impact much in terms of the traffic numbers and the kind of traffic that was coming into the continent, because, or at least traveling across African countries, because there were gaps in the connectivity of the continent even before COVID. And when COVID happened, because the rest of the world was closed off to Africa, or Africa was closed off to the rest of the world for a very long time, it showed up. And it's one of the things that we worked very closely with the African Union, the African Civil Aviation Commission, African Airlines Association, and other stakeholders, including UNWTO and the governments of across Africa for civil aviation, to look at how we can seize the moment and ensure that Africa can connect better with itself. And this slide that I'm showing you is analysis from a study that the African Union commissioned. They commissioned Ayat to do an analysis of all of the 55 countries to see what would be the benefits if all the African countries opened up to each other on the basis of the Yamoussoukro decision. So you can see from between 2009 to 2019 that there is a little bit more density in terms of frequency, but not so much in terms of routes. A few additional routes, so we can see about 300 new routes over a 10-year period, but that's not sufficient to cover the entire continent. So connecting cities between Africa is very, very important. So in terms of what we've been doing, we have the information, we have the analysis. We've been able to show that point-to-point traffic in Africa, meaning, let's say from Johannesburg to Gaborone. So within SADC, very strong. You go from there and you come back. But the ability of a South African carrier, for example, to go from Gaborone to Lomé, that is something that we're trying to work on. And that is really what creates the connectivity that we need to make Africa almost like a domestic market. We saw from the figures I shared earlier that domestic market is very strong. So you're traveling within yourself or within your region, but that's not enough to connect the continent. And we can see what that looks like in this slide. You can see where the concentration of traffic is. You can see where the gaps are. Indirect and connecting in Africa is 14.5% only, meaning the ability to go from one city to another in Africa. That is true connectivity. And we're not there yet. We're only about 15% of total traffic traveling across Africa. So this is just a breakdown of the information you've asked for. And in terms of what are the next steps, so we have this initiative called the SATAM, the Single African Air Transport Market. And the next steps we're working on, even just on Monday, we had a panel session at the African Union Investment Week, talking with African Development Bank, talking with African Continental Free Trade Area and the air transport, bringing all three together, financing, trade, travel, tourism, to ensure that we have a more robust and better connected Africa. So work is being done. There's a lot that we're working on at the moment, but I just thought I would share with you, the picture and also the fact that, we're working on this opportunity. But the last point I'd like to make is for South Africa and for the other African countries that are on the call, see Africa as a destination. So see your brothers and sisters next door or in other parts of Africa as a place to market for Africans to travel and to also invite the world to come into. There's an opportunity here for us to seize, to connect Africa better to each other. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think a very important aspect, that one, of connecting African countries, and I'm happy to hear that there are discussions as we talk about how to improve on that. Sa, I see you back. Yes.
Yes, I had just, sorry, I'm not sure when I was cut off. It was just a blink on my side. I wanted to check what is the Ayat team's take on the concept of fully vaccinated travelers, as to how it might be affected by the introduction now of booster shots. How is that going to affect the evolution of this concept of a fully vaccinated traveler? Thanks.
Thank you. Very important question as well. So it's one of the things that we're advocating on jointly with WHO. We know that, you know, we want countries to follow the guidelines from WHO. We see that countries are insisting on people of fully vaccinated passengers taking additional booster shots, even shorter than the sort of recommended efficiency or efficacy period for vaccinations. The effect of this is that it is impacting on vaccine equity. So the ability of people who have not even had access to vaccines at all to get them, because there's focus in maybe larger developed countries that have access to the funding and access to the market to secure boosters and so on. So what we're doing is advocating jointly with WHO, with those countries, and generally to say, you know, vaccine equity is important. You don't have to go lower than the threshold that has been set by the WHO as a country. So rather than saying, okay, if you've been vaccinated for after 4 months, you need to get a booster. Well, the WHO doesn't say that. So how about we stick with the WHO so that vaccines can go round a bit more. So it's a very important point you raise, and it's something that is definitely on our advocacy radar.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm looking for other hands. I'm noting a lot of matters in the chat. I just want to see if there are any questions, but yeah, once again, colleagues would really like to get the presentations, and we will make sure that that happens. Sure. All right, I don't see any other hands. I think that then leaves us just to say thank you to the IATA team, and thank you for Funke. Sandile, he's one of our partners here on the ground, so thank you to him too. For making time, as you know, and as some of the presenters also expressed the importance of airlines in our value chain. So it's good to have you with us. Thank you for making the time. Thanks.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you all for your time and attention. All the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thanks. Looking forward to our future engagements.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye.
More and more women in the sector. I love it. All right, colleagues. Thank you very much. That then concludes the presentations that from our side as South Africa, we have added to the agenda two overall or overarching presentations, one from Alsha from the World Tourism Organization, and then of course the one that we just had from IATA. That is, you know, a broader presentation, and the other three presentations, or the other two, my apology, but then also including our Deputy Minister's keynote address, just highlighting what we have done from a South African perspective in response to the pandemic and in driving sector recovery in South Africa. And we hope that out of those presentations, there's one or two things that might have interest you. And we are, of course, open to further discussions with specific countries. If there's something that you want to engage us further, as also said by the CEOs, we are indeed open to that. But it now brings us to a very important part of our program. We as South Africa, that is, are very excited about this part, because this is where we also get to hear from yourselves in terms of key things that you have done, especially stimulating or reigniting demand. And as I said, colleagues, all of us have done things that didn't work out at the end or didn't have the full impact that we thought it will have. As DM said in the beginning, we all were caught off guard. So we learned as we implemented. So we are looking really forward to hear from you in terms of your experience, in terms of what you have done. And I would invite the countries once again to do the interventions, but I'm going, colleagues, just to assist me to do it alphabetically. As I have it, I might have countries here, as I said in the beginning, that might not be with us, and then I will just get that indication, or there's other countries that might have joined us in the meantime. Please just indicate that as well, so that I give all of you the opportunity to make a intervention. We would recommend that we keep it within 5 minutes, please, colleagues. But of course, if you still have something to say and it's the 6 minutes, I'm not going to stop you, because I do believe we need to learn from each other. Ayat's presentation was, I think, a bit longer than what we anticipated, but I also let them present because I think it's important information that we do need to get. So let me start then with Algeria, starting with the A. I know my name also starts with the A. You tend to be first on the list. So if we can start with Algeria, please.
Yes, good morning. It's a pleasure for us to join you in the work of this hybrid workshop under the title, the 9th session, Sharing of Best Practices Workshop 2022. And from this platform, we would like to address our sincere appreciation to all organizers and to the Department Tourism in the Republic of South Africa for organizing this virtual opportunity. We would also like to share with you the experience and the expectation and strategy adopted by our country, this Algeria, for the gradual and flexible return of tourism. I will turn the floor over to my colleague, Lady Moulay, for a brief presentation on good practices in facing the effect of COVID-19.
Good morning. Everyone is aware of the enormous repercussions that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused on the global tourism sector, which suffered from the largest crisis ever in 2020, following an unprecedented health, social, and economic crisis. Tourism is one of the sectors most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Algeria, under the wise leadership of the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, has prepared a strategy to address and manage the effects of the pandemic, which places the health and security of citizens at the center of its concerns. Algeria was among the first countries to take important precautionary measures such as strengthening health protection systems, adopting an adaptive quarantine system, developing health protocols that ensure the continuity of various activity, and taking a number of measures to be implemented under the title of the pandemic-related health crisis management system, crisis communication, with the adaptation of a national vaccination strategy. The Ministry of Tourism and Handicraft has developed a plan for post-corona recovery. It was one of our priorities, the development of a plan to promote domestic tourism, tourism promotion, and the capacity building of employees and workers in hotel and the tourism institutions and the traditional handicrafts through remote digital communication techniques, incentives, and restore investment in the tourism sector. In addition to strengthening cooperation and partnership between the people and the public and the private sectors. And it was our duty to think about how to maintain job position and encourage investment to create new jobs in the sector by taking safe measures and precautions for tourism, applying health and safety protocols, and proceeding with the path of vaccination. We are certain that the future of tourism must be based on basic principles, which are continuing international supports and concreted efforts under the umbrella of the World Tourism Organization, recognizing the importance of rethinking tourism, including more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient projects in order to achieve social and economic development for individuals and countries, adapting the strategy of restoring national tourism by developing and stimulating domestic tourism, coordination of travel protocols between countries. It is very important to coordinate all travel protocols between countries for the safe recovery of tourism, strengthening international cooperation and coordination to lay solid foundations for promising a future for safe tourism, work and commitment to promoting the dissemination of the African brand, and facing the need to learn from the crisis to build a stronger sector, while facing the expansion of environmentally friendly tourism, attracting direct investment in the tourism sector, improving tourism infrastructure, and supporting the business environment, searching for resources to train the tourism workforce in light of the new normal through the new partnership between training institutions in tourism. I take the opportunity, Madam Chair, to invite you and invite all the participants to assist at the third regional statistical capacity building in Algeria in 24-25 May 2022. I take this opportunity to invite you to discover Algeria, the tribe of the heart, the tribe of the adventure, and the tribe of discovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. You want to add?
I don't
everything is done. Okay, now thank you very much to the team from Algeria. We have noted, colleagues, the invitation to the statistical workshop, and also using the opportunity to explore Algeria. If you allow me, I'm going to take 3 presentations, and then I will allow an opportunity for questions or comments to those countries that presented, if there are any. So I will move then to Burkina Faso, who's the next on my list, if I'm correct. If there's any colleagues from Burkina Faso in attendance? Not. Okay, thank you. If we can then ask the colleagues from China, I did see that they are in the meeting. Colleagues.
Hello, dear friends from all over the world. I am Yang Jinsong from the Institute of International Research of China Tourism Academy. It is my great honor to meet you online today. The topic I would like to share with you is keep faith and be ready. The focus is that in the difficult times of tourism, we need to maintain and strengthen confidence. Necessary and effective preparation is essential, and the key is action, act here and now. First, let's see the important impact of pandemic on confidence. The most direct impact is that the tourism exchanges stalled. The borders were closed, the flights were canceled, and the number of tourists dropped dramatically. Then along comes the problem of maintaining the industry chain and the market. The industry sees high employee turnover and the suppliers run into trouble. There is a lack of confidence in going on tours. Let's take China for example. In 2020, the number of domestic tourists in China reached 2.8 billion, a year-on-year decrease of 52%. Domestic tourism revenue was 2.2 trillion yuan, a year-on-year decrease of 61%. The operating income of travel agencies in China is only 238 billion yuan, with an operating loss of 6.9 billion yuan. The average return rate of star hotels is 39%. As we can see, the impact of the pandemic on China tourism sector is very serious. In order to maintain and enhance confidence, we have done three works. We put people's life safety and health first, and adopt scientific and strict pandemic prevention and control measures. Maintaining confidence means maintaining the confidence of both the tourism industry and the operators as well as tourists. As an industry greatly affected by the pandemic, tourism has received strong support from the China government. Just recently, on the basis of policies and measures that have been put forward in the past, further supporting measures have been put forward. In the recently released several policies on promoting the recovery of tourism, there are not only 10 inclusive policies that can be enjoyed by the tourism sector, but also 7 focusing on the recovery of the tourism sector, including tax relief, fee relief, credit support, delayed payment of unemployment insurance, and so on. For example, travel agencies are encouraged to undertake convention and exhibition business, and banks give priority to supporting difficult industry, especially small, micro, and private one. At present, on the promise of ensure safety, we pay more attention to the process prevention and the control of the pandemic, for including accurate monitoring mechanism, accurate identification ability, and strengthen accurate control and isolation, and so on. To embrace the future, we need to make more preparation in addition to the work we are doing. First of all, we should pay attention to the health and safety. We should ensure the health and safety of the destinations and the products, as well as the health and safety of the information we copy, receive, and understand. We should develop the destinations and the products with the concept of health and safety. For example, favor people, the application of technology, contactless service, and so on. Secondly, we should pay attention to facilitation, including the mutual recognition of visa, flight, especially vaccine passport, which will be great importance in the future. Certainly, we should pay attention to the application of suitable advanced technologies. The technology should be applicable, such as traveling with reservation, AI, VR, and other advanced technologies. The technology should be affordable. The technology should not conflict with the local culture. That's all. It's my great pleasure to communicate with you. I hope to meet all of you in person in the future, and I wish the day we meet will come soon. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that input. We really appreciate it. Yes, I think we are all looking forward to see each other in person and to experience each other's countries again. I'm going to then allow the third presentation, which, if my list is correct, is from Eswatini. And then I will just allow for if there are any inputs or comments from the participants on the three presentations. If I can give to the colleagues from Eswatini, please.
Thank you, thank you.
Right.
I will not go into the Hello?
Yes, yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. You can continue. We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. As a country, I would not go into the impact in terms of how the sector has been affected, but I'll just look into the key strategic focus that we are trying to look at. The first and foremost is to ensure that we are supporting the business survival, as we are all aware that the tourism sector has been hit hard. So we are trying to introduce some bank holiday holidays in the off-peak season. So we're trying to assist industry in that regard. The other aspect is issue of enhancing employment. We would know that that is the core in terms of the industry, the service. So we are aware that the industry has suffered in terms of layoffs. So as a country, we are ensuring that we assist in terms of coordinating the education sector and the vocational to be able to assist in terms of training and identifying when we've actually opened the support to the sector as a country. The third aspect, we're trying to open up the international access. Obviously, the foregoing presentation indicated in terms of the safe opening for international visitors. we are also playing it by the ear in terms of what are the standards in terms of the safety requirements for the inbound leisure and business within the country. The other area that we're looking at is to strengthen the marketing investment. We are aware that we are now called Eswatini. We used to be Swaziland. So there's an area of issue of rebranding as a destination, and also ensuring that we improve our reach in terms of marketing as a country in terms of overseas sales and marketing activity. And also we are trying to focus internally as it would indicate that COVID has taught us that we should also ensure that the local market, domestic tourism, is also key in terms of marketing and also receipts. Another aspect of it is to invest in the tourism products. That is what we're looking at. Indications are that people are interested into the outdoor. So we are trying to strengthen our national parks, our nature reserves, to ensure that at the end of the day, we are able to bring more numbers within our nature reserves. So those are the 5 elements to support the the business survival, enhancing sustainable employment, and also re-establishing international access, strengthening the marketing investment, and also ensuring that we invest within the tourism product. So I think that is what we have as a destination. I thank you.
Thank you very much to all 3 presentations. I think there's clear feedback in terms of what the countries did from both a supply side, but also from a demand side, and then also looking at the connection, the interconnectivity. Colleagues, participants, the 3 presentations, if there's any comments or inputs, I've seen colleagues making remarks on the chat, congratulating colleagues. Thank you very much. They've seen that. You are also welcome to, of course, leave your comments in the chat. Otherwise, if there's anything that you would like to ask, clarity or input, but I don't see any hands. What I do want to check with you colleagues and dear participants, we did schedule for a lunch break, which was supposed to be at 12:20, but I also am cognizant of the fact that we just had a break, a quick, although it was quick, but we did have a break. I would like to recommend that we continue with other countries and that we don't break now, but that we keep the flow, if that is okay with all of you. I don't see any objection. Then I will take it as agreed. Thank you. My next country on the list is Egypt, followed by Ghana, if Ghana is in, and then India. So, but let's move to Egypt first. Thanks. I can see you and I can see you talking, but I can't hear you. I think the sound is still a problem, or at least on my side. I can see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes,
okay,
perfect.
so, okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will present myself. My name is Dr. Soha Bahgat. I am the advisor to the Ministry of Tourism for training and capacity building and the formal spokesperson to the ministry. So thank you for inviting us to this important workshop. I would like to present some insight about Egyptian tourism during the pandemic. Tourism industry remain one of the main source of national income for any tourist country like Egypt. And as a result, the Egyptian authority always pay great attention to developing the tourism sector. What makes Egypt is one of the best and best known tourist destination in the world due to its magnificent history and timeless civilization of more than 5,000 years with a huge variety of an endless number of antiquities, artifacts, and monuments. So what is the impact of tourism on Egyptian economy? Tourism is a labor-intensive sector with a labor population of about 6 million direct and indirect in the tourism, working in the tourism field. Tourism contribute on average about 12% on GDP, direct and indirect contribution. Egypt is become the fastest growing country in North Africa as a rate of 6.5%, which is 4 times the global average of the same year at 3.5%. According to the Central Bank of Egypt, tourism revenues increased to $2.5 billion during the financial year 28-29. So what has been done with COVID-19 and the Egyptian tourism? In March 2020, with COVID-19 beginning to spread in Europe, tourism declined sharply in Egypt with between 70 and 80% of hotel booking being cancelled. The situation continued to worsen as international travel has been further restricted around the world, which led to complete loss in tourism revenues over the past few years, possibly lasting until the mid of 2021 look increasingly likely. Tourism sector in Egypt is losing was losing about 1 billion monthly as impact of the crisis over the COVID-19 virus continue to affect the market. However, the health and well-being of Egyptians and tourists are the government's first and utmost priorities. Measures taken by the government to stop the spread of virus, Egypt is looking forward to safe return of inbound tourism. The Ministry of Tourism has put forward guide for outlining the hygiene safety regulation in hospitality establishment and tourism for all tourism activities. The Egyptian safety regulation is in compliance recommendation of the World Health Organization. The hygiene safety certificate has been approved as a prerequisite for hospitality establishment tourism activity. The measures were pre-travel precaution measures, general regulation for hospitality establishment, archaeological sites and museums, hygiene and safety measure for staff member of hospitality establishment, hotel regulation, restaurant inside and outside hotels, regulation of tourist activity, regulation for means of transportation for tourists, regulations for visiting archaeological site and the museum, incentives for operators. With regard to workers in hotel establishment, Ministry of Tourism affirmed a commitment to continue to pay salaries to employees and provide them with accommodation, in addition to donating to purchase 60,000 units to conduct a rapid medical examination for workers, and all workers now are totally vaccinated. What is the measure to restart tourism and reopening? We first began by restart tourism from the 1st of May 2020 by domestic tourism, and we restarting the international tourism from 1st of July 2020. Only hotels and resorts who obtained the safety and hygiene certificate were allowed to open. Until now, we have about 900 hotels and about 100 floating boats and has obtained this certificate for reopening. Also, the PCR test is obligatory for visitor before the vaccination certificate, and now we are allowed for people who has a total vaccinated certificate. We reduced the price of fuel to 10% for barrel to flights, 50% discount on the fees of takeoff and landing service for all planes, 20% discount to tourists coming on Egypt air flights, a new sort of visa 5 years facilities, and the electronic visa is now working in Egypt to obtaining by passenger and visitor to Egypt. Cancellation of visa fees to tourists coming to touristic governorate like Red Sea, South Sinai, and finally Luxor and Aswan after the reopening. The culture tourism is the 1st of September. The ministry had activated a hotline to receive the complaints and inquiry of tourist sector employees and guests. Finally, we took some steps to promote Egypt during the pandemic worldwide. And some of these steps was a series of virtual and guided video tours. The Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities has launched enabling a service of virtual and guided video tours for museums and antiquities. The tours are available on the ministry website as well as social media. Experience Egypt from home, same great feelings, and enjoy your winter in Egypt. Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities cooperate with Ministry of Civil Aviation to promote domestic tourism and activate launching the Enjoy Your Winter in Egypt. Accommodation up to 50% as well as 50% reduction on entry tickets to archaeological sites. New discovery has been taking place during the last 2 years. For example, in Saqqara, the opening of new museums and reopening of existing museum after the renovation, like the Royal Chariot Museum and El Baron Ban Palace, opening of new museum as Sharm el-Sheikh and Kafr el-Sheikh, and the Royal Mummy Parade, and finally the Luxor Festival Parade that had taken place in Luxor 1 month ago. And coming soon, the opening of Muhammad Ali Palace and the Grand Egyptian Museum and the greatest transformation project at St. Catherine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's exciting that there's new products, even born out of this time when we were locked down, sort of. But thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looking forward to travel to all of these countries.
Yes, hope you can enjoy the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum this year. It will be a great event. So I am here to invite all our colleagues to join us and attend with us this great event.
Thank you so much. We will really try.
Thank you.
Then from our next country, Ghana and India, if Ghana is in the room, I will hand over to them. Do we have a colleague from Ghana? Not at the moment, it looks like. Oh, no. Oh, there is. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor. No one from Ghana? Okay, let's then move to India. Please just unmute. Doctor, just unmute, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, namaste from India. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to be part of this workshop. It's really an honor to present here and representing Ministry of Tourism, Government of India and IITTM. As far as the discussion is concerned, I just want to highlight the various steps that Indian government have taken, specifically for the revival during the current pandemic. The government of India is taking various steps to keep the tourism of India intact and help the people to overcome this tough phase by updating various measures like reduction or exemption of interest rates subsidization, special credit lines mainly for small and medium enterprises and self-employers, and lines financed in cooperation with international financial institutions like International Monetary Fund and World Bank, and other regional development banks, co-financing and refinancing of credit, state guarantees for bridging loans used to cover temporary liquidity shortages, access to loans for small and medium enterprises, moratorium on loans, measures to ensure the stability of national currency and consumer prices, financial funds for small and medium enterprises in tourism, such as new loan schemes and preferential conditions for loans, incentive program guaranteed to the domestic airlines. Along with that, the Indian government putting the emphasis on digital media that will be utilized fully to promote and spread awareness about the tourist destinations and activities. In spite of that, there are few important points or few important steps that again have taken that to overcome the crisis caused by the current pandemic, like the detailed operational guidelines for COVID safety and hygiene has already been prepared, and in order to create awareness, training and assessment of compliance of the guidelines. The ministry has developed an initiative called SATHI, SAATHI, that stands for System for Assessment, Awareness and Training for Hospitality Industry, for effective implementation of guidelines, standard operating procedures issued with reference to COVID-19 and beyond for safe operations of hotels, restaurants, bed and breakfast units, recognition of travel agents, tour operators, transport operators by the Ministry of Tourism has been extended automatically. The guidelines for offering financial assistance to all the stakeholders under the marketing development assistance schemes from the Indian government to all the domestic operators with the objective of enhancing the scope and reach of the scheme. Even the ministry has focused on domestic tourism through a number of innovative steps like promotion of products, festival cuisines of the country on its social media handles. It's also organizing activities to promote the concept of Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. It has commissioned aerial photography of several cities during the lockdown to promote these destinations. Similarly, the last mile connectivity is being targeted by viability gap funding through RCS Udan and discussions with the Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways regarding improving road connectivity to important tourist destinations. The Ministry of Tourism has planned a detailed strategy to utilize technology to the fullest extent to overcome the setback created by the pandemic. Few measures taken by the Government of India and Ministry of Finance are expected to significantly help stakeholders in the sector. These measures are expected to infuse the required liquidity to support in operations in near term. It also support government-approved tourist guides who have been hit by the ongoing slowdown in the sector amid the pandemic and will help the sector to achieve the projected GDP contributions. Now, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India is aggressively focusing on rural adventure, ecotourism, and planning to revive the other niche areas in India, along with the upliftment of domestic tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for sharing those learnings from India, as well as what your plans are moving forward. I picked up on your comment around connectivity, road connectivity, and I think it's so important in the development of new products, especially in rural areas. If the roads are not taking you there in a conducive manner, or as provide a conducive platform to get you there, it is difficult. So yeah, I picked up on that one. But thank you so much.
Thank you
for that. Let me then, colleagues, just allow Lesotho, if they are in the room, to present before I ask if there are any interventions. Thank you. You can continue, Lesotho. Or there's... We can't hear you. Okay, let me provide an opportunity, colleagues, for the presentations, the last two from Egypt and India. If you have any inputs on those or a question. Okay, I don't see. It seems that it was clear? All right, colleagues from Lesotho. Shivani, see your hand.
Thank you, Program Director. Just to check with the doctor from Egypt, mentioning about the opening of the big museum. Do they have the date? I didn't hear the date. If the date, they already have the date, maybe just to share with colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, the date for the opening. Yes, doctor, you can respond if you have dates already.
It's for me.
No. It's from. I was fortunate to have two doctors presenting,
Sorry.
This is for the doctor from from Egypt. Shivani, I'm sure we will get the date, even if we get it in the chat. Thank you very much. All right, let me then again try for the colleagues from Lesotho if they are in the house or on the screen. They might have connectivity problems. All right, the next countries on my list are Madagascar, Mali, and Malawi. If we can allow Madagascar. Do we have any representative from Madagascar that is able to just provide a brief overview? It seems that there's also connectivity problems. Okay.
Well,
thank you very much. Come in. Both of you.
Thank you for giving us the floor. We're gonna share you the experience that we have in Madagascar and the problem. As we all know that the COVID pandemic had a major impact in all areas of the economy from its arrival at the beginning of 2020. The closure of territories had a significant impact on the world of work, and the tourism sector is one of the most affected sectors. Many jobs are losses. The government, the Madagascar government, led by the Minister of Tourism, has implemented a strategy to promote domestic tourism through indoor events and exhibitions. On the other hand, the Minister of Tourism is committed to facilitating the obtaining of tourism amenities through the use of technology, that is to say, digitalization. There is also the simplification of the business climate related to tourism investment in Madagascar. Currently, the number of people living with COVID virus is declining, so the Madagascar government has taken steps to fully open Madagascar's border and airspace to those who are willing to work together and respect all conditions to be implemented. So for all of us present here, we invite you to work closely together for the development of our field, which is the tourism. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Madagascar, Mali. Do we have anyone from Mali?
Mali is here.
All right, you are welcome.
Okay, thank you. Can I have my slides, please?
I'm sure if Bongani has it, you will share it.
Yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, I can read. Okay, I am Mr. Traore from Mali. I am with my colleague Mr. Ba from the tourism promotion office. Okay, in Mali, we are, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay.
If you have slides, you can also share it from your side.
In our computer, I can read also.
All right, but you're welcome just to speak as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. In Mali, the situation in my slide, I have I said five parts section. The situation of Mali, the potential different crises in Mali, tourism. We have a security crisis, a sanitary crisis, and also the best practice in the country. As I can say, Mali, we are surrounded by 7 countries in the earth of West Africa. The different potential, we have 4 sites classified by World Heritages, 6 elements as intangible goods classified by UNESCO, and 3 elements on the list of urgent safeguarding. 3 elements on Guinness World Records. We have a potential of 2 of 5 largest rivers in Mali. In Africa, we have 1,007 forests classified as national, different fauna and flora species. We have also 26 protected area, reserve of fauna and flora with a total of 9 million kilometers, 9 million kilometers, covering 8% of the territory. We have also a 4th site of Ramsar. Ramsar is the treaty by country and not governmental organization concerned about the increasing loss and degradation of wetland habitat for migratory waterbirds. I continue. In Mali, before coronavirus crisis, we have been affected by security crisis. In the security crisis, since I think 2008, about 2008, so we have been affected. As consequences, we have hostage taking of tourists, some tourist attacks, destruction of cultural goods. So in the slide, can I continue?
Yes, you can continue. I think the 2 of you might have mics on and then you get an echo.
Yeah.
So if one can perhaps put off their mic, it might be easier.
We have.
But you can continue.
Okay. During this crisis, we have seen. Okay. Slide on the maps. Six, please, 6. Okay, we have here the map of Mali is coming green, orange, and red, and to the beginning of 1808, we have the 3 colors, and in 2021, we have all the country is covering in reds because of security Cruz. Please, the 7 slides. Okay. And the sanitary crisis COVID-19 come in 2020. Okay, we have when it's come, Mali borders have been impacted by the closing of borders due to the sanitary crisis. Some statements of governments make some decision about against tourism. The next slide. Here we have some indicator from 2019 to 2020. You can say all the indicators are increasing, are falling down. The number of tourists at the main airport, the number of arrival in the accommodation units, less than 41%. The number of accommodation less than 27%. Then the tourism research less than 17.5%. Then the number of the investment tourism less than 15.7%. As we can say, all falling down, all the indicators are in red due to the COVID. The next, please. Okay, as a best practice for the development, we have the development of domestic tourism. In this way, we see about students at school. It consists of the promotion of tourism to students. Primary, as in these pictures, you can see they are very young. It consists to class session, photo display in school, excursion and visits to tourist sites in Bamako and its surrounding with the students. Please, next. Here, directly in the school, in our school with students. Next, please. Okay, the next best practice is, I think, the creation of a consultation framework between the ministry responsible for tourism and operator in the tourism sector. We have the decision. It consists of work meeting once per quarter, the organization of operator training session in different aspects, IGN, welcoming, restoration. Okay. Another, it is the creation of a unique office for facilitation business creation. It permits to create more tourism enterprises in our country. As we can say, for example, in 22 we have 117 and free enterprises of tourism created, and 2021 we have 2015 creation of enterprises. The next, please. Another best practice, we have the implementation of an investment code. I think it has been good for our creation. It permits to have preferential custom and tax regime and promote private capital investment, both national and foreign, in production and service delivery activities. And The fifth is the implementation of a COVID guarantee for the private sector. It has been underwent of 20 billion francs CFA to support private companies are hit by the health crisis. The next. Another support of government what I can note is the payment of a bill of electricity during I think 3 or 4 months, and the second is exception of taxes during 3 months. Another 700 million to share between actors of tourism, and the last I think is the distribution of food to the private sector. To the private sector. Next, I think it. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation and sharing, especially the number of best practices with us. We really do appreciate it. I'm going to give to Malawi, and then I will invite participants who are, if they have any inputs or comments or clarity-seeking questions. But thank you very much, colleagues from Mali. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Right. If I can ask the colleagues from Malawi to come in, please. Yes, sir. Who's speaking? I think you just need to unmute. Yeah.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now. Yes. Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. My name is Michael Chigaga from the Malawi Tourism. First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving us, Tourism Malawi, a chance to participate in this very important meeting. Now, briefly, I'll explain how COVID-19 has affected Malawi as a tourism destination. I can tell you that COVID-19 has greatly affected us. Due to COVID-19, many of our establishments, tourism establishments, were closed. And even those that remained operational kept very few workers, meaning that a lot of people lost their jobs. They were laid off. But in terms of visitors, from 2019, we had about 980,000 international visitors in 2019, and you can imagine by 2020 we only registered about 198,000. So you can see that that was a very huge drop in terms of international visitors. This was mainly due to the closing of our borders due to the pandemic. Now, in terms of what we've done as government, in terms of recovery plans, there are a lot, but in terms of just because of time, I think I have maybe 2 things that I would really love to share with you. There are some steps that we have taken to ensure survival of the tourism businesses, especially the local businesses. First of all, what we've done, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks, Michael.
All right. The first thing that we've done is we have encouraged domestic tourism. What we embarked on was a huge campaign or a huge sensitization campaign to the locals, in, educating many in terms of the importance of tourism, and as well as educating the masses or the local people or everyone in terms of best, COVID-19 practices. And due to this campaign, I'm very happy to share that we've seen at least a rise in terms of revenues especially for the local operators, because many Malawians, many people have, started patronizing our tourism establishments. We realized, as you know, that domestic tourism plays a very important role in tourism. In this time of COVID-19, the domestic tourism has, played as a buffer, to the international tourism. So that is the step number one that we've done. And I'm happy to explain that due to, our efforts, just in 2021, the World Travel Tourism Council honored us with a safe travel stamp, meaning that Malawi is one of the safe places that you guys are welcome to come. The second step, which government did, was to remove the tourism levy, Malawi tourism levy. If I may explain a little bit about the levy. Levy is just a minimal charge, maybe a 1% charge that is levied on the services that is given to each and every guest. And this resource is purely for the marketing of Malawi as a destination. I think in a nutshell, this is what I can share with you. Thank you. For those that need a lengthy presentation, I have it, and I'll be able to share it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think it would be good if you share your presentation with my team that organized the workshop. We will send it to all the participants, and then they do have access to it. And I'm sure if they have any questions, they will get in contact with you on the detailed presentation. But for now, I would just invite any comments on the presentations, the inputs that we received from Madagascar, Mali, and Malawi, if there are any. I don't see any. Thank you. It means that we can move to, thank you very much to those presenters. I think some of us will go back and rethink, revisit all the information that we receive, and when we have questions at that point, we will get in contact. All right, thanks colleagues. I'm now moving to Mozambique, and then Sri Lanka, and then Tunisia. If we have colleagues from Mozambique that wants to make an intervention. Anyone from Mozambique? I know we received your presentation, but it seems that the colleague is not in or has some connectivity problems. All right, let's move to Sri Lanka. Colleagues from Sri Lanka. I don't see any. Okay, let me then invite the colleague from Tunisia. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Please just unmute. You. Yes. Can you talk? No, we can't hear. Mohammed, we had you for a second, but you're gone now again. Yeah, sorry, we can't hear. No, sorry, Mohammed, it looks like we have connectivity problems with you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Perhaps it's better. Yeah, there's a bit of background noise, but we will take you and see if we can hear you. There's background noise which makes it difficult. No, now we can't hear you again. Okay, try again. All right.
From now it's okay?
Yes, continue. We lost you again. Okay, let's just talk.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can hear, but I think you mustn't move your phone from your mouth, then we lose you. We've lost you now again. Apology, Mohammed, but it seems that we do struggle with connectivity problems. We can't hear.
And now, what about now?
Yes, now it is clear.
Thanks God. So, it's a pleasure to participate with you today in this workshop. I want to thank the organizer from South Africa for this opportunity to share and discuss about the best practice, face the changing of the international travel and tourism post-COVID.
Yeah.
In fact, hello?
Yes, you can continue. We can hear you.
Okay. In fact, the pandemic has caused unprecedented disruption to both domestic and international travel. A lot of tourism destinations paralyzed around the world. All the indicators of the sectors are at their lowest historical figures. About Tunisia, I will give first of all the impact of the pandemic, and later I will maybe evocate the initiative that was taken to save the tourism industry. First of all, the crisis of COVID has impacted the international community. Tunisia, as a tourist destination for more than 50 years, has been deeply affected by the COVID crisis. In the space of few months, from 1st of March, Tunisia has recorded a respective decrease of touristic revenue and entry compared to the same period in 2019. We can speak about in between 75 or 80% draw up. So to come over the pandemic, it has implemented several practices for short and middle to reinitiate international or to develop international tourism. First of all, our government reacted quickly by allowing funds from the state budget and announced the set of financial and fiscal measures to deal with the repercussions of the drastic drop in activity that result from the tourism. Our Ministry of Tourism has supported the private stakeholders that has been severely impacted on socially life and economically by guaranteeing a monthly allowance to those who have become unemployed in the tourism sector during the pandemic. And later we started a sanitary protocol for Tunisian tourism, was established in record time and then widely disseminated in Tunisia and abroad, accompanied by a video explaining that sanitary measures taking in order to preserve the health of both the local and our guests. Also, at the same time, small institutional campaigns with the message "Stay home, keep safe, till we meet again" have been launched on social networks with the objective of keeping in touch with our community on the one hand, and to give hope for a better tomorrow by promoting human health over economic interest on the other hand. It's clear that the touristic of the post-COVID period will be different from that of the period that preceded the crisis. All tourist destinations, including Tunisia, are aware of this. Just for the health aspect, travelers will pay particular attention after the ordeals endured. The Ministry of Tourism continues working in close coordination with the Ministry of Health on the development of the situation. But now we are after a significant progress of our national vaccination strategy. More than 6.3 million Tunisians have been completely vaccinated, and it hoped that the vaccination rate till now and will the total population step by step to achieve collective immunity. The Ministry of Tourism is currently working with the different partners to attract tourists through new strategy to diversify our touristic product and develop alternative tourism, like rural tourism, Saharan, sport, pleasure, golf, in addition to our strategy in domestic market. The Ministry, in collaboration with a different partner, are making every effort to encourage tourism investment in the interior region. That's why it's clear, and this period will be different from the other period that precedes the crisis. Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you.
It's okay. Now I will finish by Tunisia, like as far for many other countries in the world, we joined the effort of the UN WTO to facilitate a fast recovery of tourism activity post-crisis. Thank you, and sorry for this bad connection.
Thank you very much. At the end, we were able to hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much for also sharing your input. Let me just then, I skipped Seychelles, so let me allow Seychelles to come in, and then I will open the floor again. Colleagues from Seychelles.
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Christine. I'm the marketing director for the African market here at the Tourism Seychelles. And also on the call is my colleague Charlotte Anderson from the policy department. With tourism being the main industry in the Seychelles, we were doing very well pre-COVID-19. with over 300,000 in tourism arrival, and we're talking about 2019, and Europe, of course, being our strongest markets. The first case of COVID-19 arrived here in the Seychelles around mid-March 2020, and this was by travelers that was coming into the country. And Seychelles being a very small country with 97,000 in population, we were very vulnerable. So we needed to make sure we are able to protect the people and everybody, the tourists in Seychelles. So the government took the decision to go in a full lockdown in April 2020, but we only had about 3 weeks of lockdown. I think we are one of the countries that really, the whole full lockdown was very limited time, so just about 3 weeks. However, the airport did stay completely closed for 3 months up until August 2020. So you can imagine how that obviously affected the whole of the tourism industry. Now, in August 2020, we made the decision to reopen the country. However, we introduced one of these red lists, green lists, like many countries had. It was set up, and the Public Health Commissioner reviewed it every few months. So what were some of the measures put in place since? After August 2020, when we did decide to reopen the airport, the tourism department created a dedicated website so everyone could obtain live information as they were updated on this website, and they could see the accommodation which had all the health protocols in place where they could stay at as well. And any local resident that was coming back to Seychelles, they had to go in a designated quarantine facility, which the government had set up. And this was a free facility for 14 days, which means in Seychelles, we were able to avoid community transmission for a long, long time. We did not have any community transmission for about 9 months. The first community transmission came in December 2020. And from there on, the government took bold and calculating steps to open up the destination. So what we did was on the 10th of January 2021, the national COVID-19 immunization campaign was launched in the Seychelles. So the president or the cabinet of ministers, they all took their COVID vaccine. And the next day, all the population was able to get the COVID vaccine as well. Seychelles, the aim of this was Seychelles was to be the first country in the world to vaccinate 70% of its population over 18 years and to achieve herd immunity. And Seychelles was the first country in Africa to vaccinate its population as well. And to date, we have about 80% of the Seychelles population that's been vaccinated. And thus we were able to fully reopen our islands in 2021. So that was 25th of March, 2021, where we reopened for everyone, despite your vaccination status, if you are vaccinated or not. We welcome everyone with open arms. And to be able to do that, one, we had nearly reached herd immunity, and two, we had very simple procedures. So it was a PCR test to be done 72 hours before travel to the Seychelles, COVID insurance for your trip. And we designed a new website, which is called the Health Travel Authorization. So everybody had to upload their PCR test, their insurance, their hotel, everything on this website before travel to get permission to enter the Seychelles. And this is still in existence today, all of these procedures. And for us as the tourist office, we have restarted with our various marketing and PR campaigns on the market. We're going back to our trade shows, workshops, consumer promotions, the traditional press and fam trips are being organized again as well. I would say due to the successful handling of the pandemic and the ongoing positive results, we are well on our way to recovery. And we forecast to meet the arrival target we were at in 2019. That's it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Seychelles. That's a good story. That's a very good story to hear. colleagues, let me provide an opportunity for comments or questions again before I take the last 3 countries that I have on the list, and then I will check if I omitted anyone. All right, seems no questions still. All right, thank you very much. The last countries I have on my list, and as I said, I will make sure that I didn't skip some of you, they are, now we have Uganda, and then Zambia, and then Zimbabwe. Those are the countries. If I can invite Uganda, and then Zambia, and then Zimbabwe. Uganda, you are welcome. If we have a colleague, I know we do, come in.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone, and all protocols observed. I would like to thank the Republic of South Africa for taking leadership in this best practices sharing a program. We've learned a lot, and there's a lot of insight for us. Now, in Uganda, this is what we have embarked on. Our economy is fully open now, and in January we did a launch of rebranding Uganda. The brand is Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, and we are highlighting culture and putting less focus to the wildlife safaris, which are very competitive on the continent. The government has also...
For countries.
Yes.
I'm hearing interruptions. Can I go ahead now?
Yes, I think they did mute. Thank you very much, Rosemary. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sometimes colleagues unmute. I think it happens in, yeah, I don't think they sometimes aware that they're unmuted, but yeah, please continue.
Okay, the government has also provided low interest rates as low as 8% to service providers along the value chain to renovate facilities, our service facilities, and also to enable the SMEs restock materials for making souvenirs and crafts. And this financial facility has been extended by the European Union and the Uganda Development Bank. The country has also lifted the testing requirements at the airport for all inbound travelers into the country as a means of facilitating travel. We've also embarked on domestic tourism drives to keep the facilities open and to put the staff back onto the payroll. So our president has highlighted or given focus to this, and he has participated in domestic tourism drives and all our big government officials to encourage the public to travel. We are also doing campaigns in the East African region, also to facilitate travel to our points of attraction. Uganda has also done mass vaccination of all Ugandans. We are 42 million, and so far we have achieved 48% of everybody who is 18 years and above. And we've also concentrated during lockdown and even in this period when we've reopened on making new infrastructure. We are constructing new infrastructure in our attraction areas, mainly to support mountaineering, museums, and hot springs. Thank you. That is what we've been able to cover as of now.
Thank you very much. Yes, a lot of work that we need to do, but thank you for highlighting that. The point that my ear picked up is the refurbishing of products, let me say like that, to ensure we are also attending to that in South Africa, in making sure that our supply is ready to receive visitors when they return, hopefully in their numbers soon. But thank you very much for that presentation. Then it's Zambia and Zimbabwe. Zambia, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I'd like to express our thanks to the Republic of South Africa for organizing such a very important workshop for countries and other tourism stakeholders to share best practices on how to address the impact of COVID. I will not get into how Zambia has been affected by the pandemic, because that is common to all countries that have tourism as one of their economic sectors that they depend on. Tourism has undoubtedly been one of the sectors that the COVID pandemic has affected drastically. So I will just share with you what the government of the Republic of Zambia has done to address the impact of COVID. My submission will be centered on three particular areas. Firstly, I'll address the supply side measures that the government has put in place. And then I'll talk about the demand side measures. Then I'll end with the safety measures that government has put in place to just assure tourists out there that Zambia is indeed safe for them to visit. So from a supply side point of view, what the government has done to ensure that there's a stable supply of tourism services is to come up with the following fiscal and non-fiscal measures. Firstly, the government suspended some statutory requirements that the operators in the tourism sector were required to meet with the Zambia Tourism Agency in order for them to operate in the sector, in this business. So certain annual license renewal fees that hotels and other lodges are supposed to pay were suspended, just to ensure that there's a steady supply of the services in the tourism sector. The other measures that government put in place were to suspend licenses to do with hotel managers, so that the workforce that provides the tourism service to the tourists out there is intact, so that the costs of doing business is mitigated, bearing in mind that their revenue sources had been impacted by the pandemic. So government gave a relief in that regard. The other measures that government put in place was to suspend retention fees paid by tourism enterprises and hotel manager registration fees that I've already alluded to for a period of 1 year, which is still in force as we speak. Government also granted relief on concession fees for facilities that operate in national parks and other protected areas, such as game management areas. And this was up to 50% as of the year 2020, in order to ensure that those operators had enough working capital and they were not adversely impacted in terms of the cost of doing business. That is on the supply side. Again, government provided relief in the sense that what operators also in the national park were supposed to pay as a minimum occupancy, guaranteed minimum occupancy rate for the facilities in there, that also was relaxed by government, so that what they bring in was on what is known as is where is basis. In other words, depending on the business that they received, as opposed to the contractual target occupancy rates that had been agreed upon by the Department of National Parks and Wildlife. So government provided a relief on that. Government further, in order to ensure that supply was protected, government provided an enabling environment for other investors to develop in other areas in terms of building accommodation establishments such as 3-star to 5-star hotels, for example, in an area that we call Samfya Beach in the northern part of Zambia, where the government is opening other areas other than the widely known Livingstone, which most of you know about, where the Victoria Falls is, but also to open other areas in order to increase supply of tourism services. There's an area called the Samfya Beach where government is encouraging investment. And right now, there are a lot of operators that are going in that area to build. Currently, there's one that is building a 3-star hotel and an international conference center and shopping mall, just as a way of revitalizing the supply side of the tourism sector. Other measures that government provided was to provide stimulus packages in terms of cushioning businesses in the tourism sector. So government provided a 10 billion kwacha stimulus package. 10 billion kwacha is equivalent to $527 million. Government also provided a relief in terms of working capital for the creative arts subsector. A 30 million kwacha, which is equivalent to $1,500 was also provided to be accessed by those that are in the creative industry, artists and other players in this subsector. Government also provided empowerment to the youth in order to ensure that they also participate in providing tourism business as a way of diversifying the product provisions in the tourism sector in Zambia. To this end, as a way of facilitating investment just to increase supply, government has developed an investment guide, which is to guide investment and to also promote and incentivize investment in the sector. This will be launched very soon. So those that will be interested to invest in Zambia, from the participants here, you are welcome to come and put up your hotels and whatever businesses in Zambia. Talking about the demand side, in order to stimulate demand, government has embarked on the following measures: positioning Livingstone as a premier center for meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. What we've discovered during the COVID period is that by and large, the tourism sector for a very long time was driven by the MICE sector, because most other aspects of tourism had been adversely affected by COVID. Accommodation numbers occupancy rates had dropped. So most hotels and lodge owners were depending so much on the MICE sector. So government has put in measures to see to it that this subsector of tourism is promoted, hence positioning areas, iconic areas for tourism such as Livingstone as premier centers for meetings and for the MICE sector. Government is also engaging tourism operators to develop packages to boost the underexplored tourism products, such as the northern circuit that I talked about, so that we are able to move traffic away from other currently well-known destinations such as Livingstone to other areas, so that by doing that, we can also even increase the length of stay for the tourists that visit destination Zambia. Other demand side measures that government put in place that currently Zambia is working on legislation that will facilitate the introduction of concessional rates for tourism activities or packages, which are going to be tailored for Zambians just as a way of developing domestic tourism. Related to this, in the year 2021, government through the Ministry of Tourism launched the domestic tourism campaign to encourage local participation in the sector. And in December 2021, the government launched the domestic tourism development strategy, just to ensure that this market of tourism is developed, as we have learned through the COVID period, that the international tourism market is susceptible to shocks, not only just COVID. We never know what might come up in future. So we need to ensure that we're resilient enough by falling back on other markets, such as the domestic tourism, in the event that the international tourism market fails us. Some safety measures the government put in place are that: one, screening measures for COVID-19 have been heightened, and the government rolled out the vaccination of citizens against COVID-19 and is encouraging all tourism personnel, both public and private, to be fully vaccinated. This is so as to ensure that tourists out there are able to see Zambia as a safe destination for them to visit. That said, I'd like to thank the organizers for affording us this opportunity to be part of this workshop. We have learned a lot as Zambia, and the insights that we've learned from other countries that are presented, I think, will help us to ensure that the measures that we put in place are enhanced as a way of ensuring that tourism rebounds going forward. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, sir, for that detailed presentation on the initiatives from your country, from supply and demand side. Zimbabwe?
Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting Zimbabwe to participate in this very important workshop, the best practices. My name is Edith Mamba. Okay. Tourism is one of the key pillars of Zimbabwe economy, alongside mining, agriculture, and the manufacturing sector. So it contributes immensely to Zimbabwe's GDP. Global tourism performance, as we all know, was greatly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in disruption of travel chains owing to flights cancellation and travel restrictions, and Zimbabwe was not spared. This has resulted in the significant fall in our arrivals as Zimbabwe. So as Zimbabwe has taken strides to reignite the tourism demand amidst and post-COVID-19. So one of them is National Tourism Recovery and Growth Strategy. Zimbabwe developed a tourism recovery and growth strategy, which was launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, in 2020. The strategy outlines the strategies aimed at cushioning the tourism sector from the devastating effects of COVID-19. So the strategies include government guarantee facility to tourism players, that is a stimulus package to revamp the tourism strategies, to revamp the tourism sector, sorry, to an amount of 20 million. Government also waiver the value-added tax on domestic tourism, and also the liquidation of debt owed to tourism operators by various government institutions, so that the tourism sector can have the working capital in the face of COVID-19. Also recently, government allowed tourism and hospitality players to retain 100% of their foreign currency earning, to allow them to recapitalize and procure necessary goods and services required by tourists and travelers. We also have the vaccination drive. The country embarked on a vaccination drive which saw Victoria Falls, which is one of our prime destinations, reaching the herd immunity, bringing confidence to the potential visitors. We also have COVID-19 protocol and guidelines. The tourism sector developed COVID-19 protocol guided by WHO and UNWTO standards, and continuous monitoring to adherence is ongoing through the Zimbabwe Tourism Authority, which is our parastatal. Zimbabwe is also thriving on MICE conferences, which are being held in hybrid styles. For example, Sanganai, Shlanganani World Travel Expo. In Zimbabwe, we also have a COVID-19 task force. The government of Zimbabwe has a COVID-19 task force, which was formulated to drive the national strategy and vaccination program. We also currently we also opened all posts for entry to vaccinated visitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Zimbabwe, and that concludes the three presentations, or the three countries, the last three countries. Any inputs or comments, colleagues? I don't see any. Can I then ask if there are any participants that I overlooked, skipped? Everyone that wanted to present got a chance. Thank you very much. Thanks, colleagues. Yeah, I think that brings us at the end of if I can call it section 2, if section 1 was the invited presenters, and then section 2, the invited presenters from the participating countries, the presentations that I was looking forward to hear. And I think what is striking to me is the similarity in terms of responses from different countries, which must indicate that we are on the right track. And I would like to thank each of you for the presentations and for attending this workshop. It is really important for us to continue this collaboration, this working together, this partnership. And as many of us said during the day, we look forward to the next meeting, and colleagues have invited us to some events already that's happening throughout the year. So hopefully we will be able to see each other and experience each other's country in due course. That, dear participants, almost brings me to the end of my role as program director, which was the easier role. I would like to just hand the floor to Ms. Mula. She can introduce herself just to do the closing remarks. Nuru, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon. Our Deputy Minister might have left, but I'm going to acknowledge him. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sitting through this marathon session. My role as a Deputy Minister, as a DDG has just mentioned, is to close the session. But firstly, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Nurune Samula. I'm responsible for international relations and cooperation at the Department of Tourism in South Africa. My team is responsible for facilitating this annual event. And I'm hoping that you found the session useful. What we will be sharing is an evaluation form so that we can get your thoughts and also suggestions in terms of future events. We usually have this event over 2.5 days in South Africa. And the first 2 days is basically sessions such as this one, where we share information. And the last day is where we take you on a site visit to some of our tourism sites in South Africa. So we're hoping the last 2 years, of course, it has been difficult. So we've had it as a virtual event, but we're hoping to return next year to having it as a physical event in South Africa, and that we can welcome you back to South Africa, since many of you, I'm sure, would love to come back to our sunny shores. I think from my side, I think it was very insightful to not only listen into our presenters, our formal presenters from the UNWTO, from Ayat, and then of course the presenters from South Africa, South African tourism, that presented as well. I think, you know, listening in, as Ms. Malan has mentioned, hearing the commonality in terms of strategies as far as tourism recovery that we've heard today. There's lots of commonalities, but there's also areas where we can learn from each other. And so we're hoping that as South Africa, we facilitated this opportunity so that we could get these high-level presentations, but it doesn't stop us from further dialogue at a bilateral level with each other. We have many signed MOUs with many of the countries in the meeting, and we're hoping to continue having our bilateral discussions separately from this engagement. However, this engagement, of course, is very useful for us. So I want to acknowledge just the countries that have presented, presentations from Algeria, China, Eswatini, Egypt, India, Madagascar, Mali, Malawi, Mozambique wasn't here. They indicated, but they didn't present. Seychelles, Tunisia, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe. We really, really appreciate the effort you made to come and sit here with us today and to share your insights and tell us a little bit more about what you are doing in terms of tourism recovery. As we all know, we need tourism recovery in terms for our own development. One of the key drivers, of course, is employment in terms of tourism recovery. And it's not only necessary for us as a continent, but for the world. So we're hoping that this is just the beginning of our conversation. I am going to now just, firstly, also, I think I must say our facilitator, our program director did a sterling job. So thank you, DDG Malan. Thank you for navigating us through the better part of today. I want to acknowledge the team that planned this event, ably managed by Shabani Mukwebo, who you've heard his voice a few times during the session. The rest of the team is Ndaba, Opa, Potso, Michael, Takalani, Bongani, who you probably had all seen when you said you received the Zoom links to attend the session. We've got Natasha here, who's going to put some information on social media. It is a team effort, and next year, of course, we'll have a physical meeting, so it will be a bit more work, and we're really, really looking forward to having all your countries participating in our event. So in conclusion, that's it. We hope you had it was a useful day for you as well. We know how busy everyone is, and we're hoping to meet you next year and welcome you here in South Africa. DDG, I don't know if you're going to do the honors of actually closing the session or if you'd like me to do so. So you can continue. Thank you very much. So without further ado, our meeting today is closed, and thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Thank you and bye everyone. You're welcome to sunny Uganda anytime soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you,
bye.
Bye.
Thank you, goodbye. You're welcome to Malawi anytime.
Thank
you everyone. Namaste, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you, colleagues, and congratulations to the Department of Tourism.
Thanks, Andile. Thanks
really
again.
a great
Bye-bye.
initiative.
Pleasure.